cancer. And if you want to treat cancer, everybody knows that you need a bit of chemotherapy. Now, the thing about chemotherapy is that it's a poison. So you use it very, very sparingly. You use it in a very directed way, and you're constantly tracking what the impact is because, of course, you want to kill the tumor, the cancer, before it hurts the patient too much. Now, if you think about tariffs as that chemotherapy, right, then the way you'd want to do this is to be really thoughtful about the kind of industries that you want to invest in. You make those investments, you let your trading partners know that you're going to be tariffing around these particular industries. You set a set of benchmarks, and then as those companies meet those benchmarks, you start to pull away, always telegraphing what it is you're going to do. But the thing about Donald Trump is that he gets the right problem, and then his solution is always ham-handed, it's always chaotic, and it's always self-serving, which is exactly what we saw with this iteration of tariffs. So while tariffs themselves can be a useful tool like chemotherapy to treat cancer, the way that he's gone about to do it is really more about accruing power with corporate CEOs and bringing them to heel than it is about actually addressing the problem, as we see with the fact that he's now blinked and we're kind of back to square one. And you got to ask yourself, what did we achieve here, aside from more inflation and the destruction of thousands of small businesses across our state and our country?
Well, we did just hear from President Trump talking in part about his tariff policy at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh, but he used his time to touch on a number of subjects as well, including the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. We obviously are paying close attention to whether Israel potentially escalates things in Gaza even further. And knowing what a flashpoint that was as an issue in Michigan in particular in 2024, I wonder if you're anticipating the same thing in 2026.
I think Michiganders of all stripes, they'll drop their kids off at school or their grandkids off at school. They look at that school and they say, man, that place doesn't look much different than it did 30 years ago when I went there. I wonder what a couple $1 million might do for that school. And instead, our government has been doing this thing of sending tens of billions of dollars to a foreign military to drop bombs on other kids and their schools. And I think all of us understand that that kind of investment, it's contrary to what's good for all of us. And so I know that Michiganders would rather us be spending our money here investing in our kids rather than sending them to foreign militaries. And I do anticipate that it's going to continue to be an issue simply because it makes no sense for the average Michigander, and it makes no sense for our country.
Well, and of course, on that issue and others, you are trying to draw a distinction between that and your primary opponents in this Democratic contest for this Senate seat. And I wonder how you're thinking about differentiating yourself compared to those who are running against you, and if this risks exposing through this primary some of the fissures within the Democratic Party right now that obviously has been wrestling with itself in the aftermath of the last election.
I'll tell you this, I got nothing but respect for folks who are running right now to take on Trump and Trumpism, given all of the damage that he's done to our country and its standing abroad, and all the damage he's doing to the lives of everyday folks in my state and elsewhere. That being said, the big difference with me is just that I don't take corporate contributions for a reason, because I think that Donald Trump is actually just the symptom of a far bigger disease, and that disease is the politics that has been dominated by corporate interests and frankly, the interests of billionaires. And I think that has led us to a system where the economy doesn't work for working people, where we can't guarantee people health care, where our air, water, and soil get corrupted by the interests of a few very, very large corporations. I think we can do better. And so what you're going to hear from me is somebody who's taking the time to listen to everyday folks and talking very clearly about the kinds of policy solutions to take on monopolies that are raising the price of our groceries, or to address the way that big tech is corrupting our minds and our families, fracking our attention out of our eyeballs and eardrums, the ability to guarantee health care for everybody, like the book that I wrote on Medicare for All. And so that is going to be the big focus. And part of me for that is, I'm not going to pull punches when it comes to a foreign policy that has us being first among equals, actually following the rules of the rules-based international order that our predecessors set about after World War II. We got an opportunity to do so much better, to invest in our own communities and to take on the power of the richest, most powerful folks that are leaving us more unequal, angrier, and more lonely, and less well-to-do for it.
All right, Abdul, we appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power. Abdul El-Sayed, Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Thank you for joining us live from Ann Arbor. Now, we want to check in on Wall Street as well on this CPI day. Of course, data coming in cooler than expected, and the rally is continuing on so far this week. Charlie Pellet has a look at the markets from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, a lot going on, and I do want to begin with the year-to-date numbers because that is significant. The S&P 500 index now in the green on the year, up by 0.2%. But look at the NASDAQ 100 index for the year, up by 1.1%. Again, year-to-date numbers. Today's trading, we're looking at a lower Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both higher right now. We begin with the S&P up 51, the S&P at 58.95, up by about 0.9%. NASDAQ up 324, up 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index bears repeating, surging 366 points, up 1.75%, giving it a year-to-date gain now for the NASDAQ 100 index of 1.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index ripping higher by 1.9%, the 10-year 4.48%, with the 2-year 4.01%. Gold up $16 the ounce, higher by 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.1%, and Bitcoin now up 1.3% at $104,000 on Bitcoin. Microsoft says it will cut thousands of workers with a focus on reducing layers of management. The spokesperson says planned reductions across the company amount to less than 3% of total headcount. And President Trump will be meeting briefly tomorrow with Syria's new leader, Ahmed al-Shara, in Saudi Arabia. That, according to a White House official, the encounter will be a significant boon for Shara, whose rebel group toppled Bashar al-Assad's regime in December. Recapping, S&P now positive on the year, up today by 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host. Here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. Positive on the year on the S&P 500 after what was an incredibly volatile month of April, to say the least. It's pretty incredible to see. Of course, that was obviously largely focused on the president's tariff policy. And now our focus turns more to the president's tax policy and other key components of his big legislative effort that is working its way through Capitol Hill. It's going to be a busy afternoon/evening on Capitol Hill today as some of the key committees begin to mark up key components of this legislation. The first up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time is the House Energy and Commerce Committee. That's where the Medicaid cuts are. Savings of more than $880 billion that the committee was taxed with. But of course, those cuts to healthcare entitlements raising concerns for some moderates. Then at 2:30 p.m., the House Ways and Means Committee begins its markup of its draft tax bill that it released in full last night. It makes good on some key campaign pledges from President Trump. No tax on tips or overtime until 2028. Deductions for interest on auto loans, for example. But it also only raises the SALT cap to $30,000 from the current $10,000. And that raises a lot of problems for the so-called SALT caucus. One of its members, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, told me his thoughts about that on Balance of Power last night.
This bill, as written, with a $30,000 cap for those making under $400,000, is just woefully inadequate. And so, no, this does not have my support. It will not have my support. And if this bill comes to the floor for a vote, I will vote no.
And he's not the only one. His fellow New Yorker, Republican Congressman Nick LaLota, also has said he is a, quote, hell no on this package. And that's just the SALT members who are unhappy. You have plenty of conservatives unhappy as well, like Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. So it becomes a question of, even if these things do make it through these markups, get advanced out of committee, what is the fate of all of this on the House floor as a whole? So we turn to our political panel for more on this. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with me. Rick, Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Jeannie, you're obviously up in New York where SALT is a big issue. This is the hill that many of these members feel that they are willing to politically speaking, die on. And I wonder if you think that means that this package, as written, is also destined to die unless we see material changes in this markup this afternoon.
It's not going to pass with that 30,000 a cap. And, the hell no, as you mentioned, Kaylee, is, sort of a big, this isn't going to move. Because, of course, the magic number here is 3. Mike Johnson cannot afford to lose 3 members. And if you just look at the SALT caucus and then couple that with some of the other dissenters or factions, if you will, whether that's the Freedom Caucus, whether it's the IRA folks, whether it's the Medicaid folks, it adds up to well more than 3. Now, we're still in the middling stages of this process. Today's a huge moment as the markups begin. Changes can still be made, but they're going to have to deal with these dissenters. So far, Mike Johnson has been able to move things forward and in an amazing way, I think, keep this moving down the road. But if he loses 3, he's going to be stopped in his tracks. So he's going to have to deal. And it was interesting to hear some of the chairs of these committees say, I don't have to deal with these folks and leave it up to Mike Johnson. So he's got a lot on his plate, but the rubber meets the road today, as they say.
Well, and when we consider what each of these chairs were tasked with, Rick, they were, of course, given numbers, parameters that they had to work within. For the Ways and Means Committee, they had $4.5 trillion in lost revenue that they could afford, essentially. And according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, this package will only lose $3.7 trillion over 10 years. There is some wiggle room here. Why not just throw these SALT caucus members who could make or break the House majority in 2026, mind you, a bone?
Yeah, I think that's probably what's in the making. I noticed in the reporting that the speaker was meeting with the SALT team, the SALT caucus, as you call them, to try and work a deal out. And you're right, Joint Tax did them a real favor by marking the cost of this down to below $4 trillion, which, as you say, gives you some wiggle room. And there doesn't seem to be that big an issue on spending other than for the SALT group. The bigger issue that you can't fix with more money is what's happening with the deficit hawks in the House. And by the way, shared with the deficit hawk in the Senate, Ron Johnson took off and said, hey, you're not doing enough to reduce your deficit. You mentioned Chip Roy making the same claims in the House side. You're not going to get there by just throwing cash at those guys. And so the real question is going to be, when you've settled the issues in Ways and Means, when you've gotten a deal on Medicaid in the Energy and Commerce Committee, how are you going to satisfy Republicans who believe we haven't done enough to reduce the deficit?
Well, I would point out just on the SALT issue, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is talking to reporters on Capitol Hill. He says, on that issue in particular, we're working on it. It's coming along. Stay tuned. So we, of course, will stay tuned. But, Rick, to the point you were just making about those kind of fiscal hawks, the ultra-conservatives, if you will, they make a lot of noise about this all the time. Pretty much every time a new spending bill or continuing resolution comes up or we're dealing with a fight over the debt ceiling, it is those very same members who make a lot of noise. But some of those very same often roll over and still go along, vote with the party, whether or not it takes a phone call from President Trump or not to do that. I guess kind of a question depending on the member. And if your name's not Tom Massey, you might be more likely to decide to change your vote at the last minute. But what's to say that wouldn't be the case this time around with this particular spending cut issue?
Yeah, I think that they tend to be more bark than bite. And when Donald Trump calls them up, they tend to fold their cards. So there is a history of these guys making these arguments, trying to get the better deal that they can get. A lot of promises about adding spending cuts, but not actually achieving them. And yet they still walk the plank. And that may be the case here. It is noteworthy that, as Jeannie said, they don't have any room for error. With people like Tom Massey who'll vote against any bill, they're down to just a vote or two that they can afford to lose on the floor. And they've not made any effort, the Republican majority, to try and buy in Democrats. And with these Medicaid cuts, it's unlikely there's any price that you could get a Democrat to cross the aisle. So this is a partisan bill that'll probably go all the way down to the floor with a one vote margin or two, and not have much momentum, frankly, when it gets to the Senate, which is where the real game will begin.
Yeah, and that's a battle that obviously will have to be fought once the House has finished its own battling. Jeannie, we've touched on the Medicaid cuts that will be dealt with in Energy and Commerce. I also want to mention at 7 p.m., the House Ag Committee is going to be marking up its portion of this legislation, which includes shifting the burden of SNAP food assistance benefits, more of it, onto the states. And I wonder if you feel like we're paying enough attention to that particular issue.
No, I'm so glad you raised that, because I think it is one of the key issues. It hasn't gotten probably as much attention, but certainly for many Republicans, because to Rick's point, this is going to be a partisan bill in the end. For many Republicans, they have large constituencies dependent on SNAP. And so changes to that can be highly detrimental to those folks. And this is the challenge that Mike Johnson faces throughout. Again, I give him credit for getting the ball this far, but every single step they take now, whether it's SALT, whether it's SNAP, whether it's Medicaid, whether it's the deficit, he threatens to lose one member, two members, and he just doesn't have much maneuvering room. So I think what happens in Ag today at 7:30, and of course going forward, because we are talking an awful lot about the House, and certainly once, if they get this bill passed, that'll be a huge, huge victory for Mike Johnson. But then it goes to the Senate, where changes are in order, and how can they square those two? So we'll start all over on this again. And that is the challenge that he is going to face, of course. And, you know, I have been following really closely people like Chip Roy, and he is really putting down the gauntlet on social media and elsewhere, saying, I will essentially not be threatened into supporting this bill unless it meets my criteria, and very carefully laying out criteria that are not at all palatable to the moderates in the caucus.
Well, as you and Rick both mentioned the Senate, Jeannie, do you think that the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, has as difficult of a job of Mike Johnson? Could it get as difficult as Mike Johnson's if Johnson's is able to wrestle this through the House and then Thune has to contend with navigating Senate changes?
Absolutely. He's got a really tough job. I mean, I happen to think Mike Johnson's got the toughest job in D.C. right now and has for a couple of years. So I wouldn't say it's tougher, but it is a different job. And of course, one of the challenges is he's got to keep in mind what is possible for Mike Johnson in the House to swallow. And of course, he is going to be under pressure by the president to deliver. And of course, on the other side, he's got a lot of members who themselves have their own red lines. And we talked about one yesterday, the senator from Missouri, who said it is political suicide to cut Medicaid at all, of course, aligning with the president, but not some of these more conservative members in the House. So he's got his own trapdoors to walk through over there.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our political panel, thank you so much. They'll, of course, be back for more in the second hour of Balance of Power, where we'll have more on what's happening in Congress in this reconciliation effort, but also what's happening in the Middle East as President Trump is touting new investment pledges from Saudi Arabia. Much more still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Investment pledges abroad and tax cuts at home are in focus today. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons, live in Washington, where Congress is going to be hard at work this afternoon and evening as key committees mark up their portions of the massive budget reconciliation bill that will look at Medicaid cuts and tax cuts. With Medicaid and SALT cap issues of particular focus, we'll have the latest with analysis from former House Ways and Means Committee Chair Kevin Brady this hour. Plus, we'll cast our eyes toward the Middle East, where President Trump is kicking off his visit in Saudi Arabia, touting investment pledges of $600 billion from the Saudi government. We'll have those details with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. Our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, will weigh in as well. And of course, it's also CPI data, that data coming in cooler than expected, and markets certainly are taking note. So let's check on those now as we get things going here. Charlie Pellet has a look at the trade from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing. Do want to begin with the year-to-date numbers. Big news today with the S&P 500 index back in the green for the year, showing an advance of 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index is advancing for the year by 1.1%. Today, NASDAQ 100 up 1.7%. NASDAQ Composite also up 1.7%. Keeping it all in context, your S&P 500 index up 0.9, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average is in the red, down 0.5% today, being weighed down by United Healthcare. Shares of UNH, they are plunging today. We got United Health off by just about 15%. Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund is set to order 30 Boeing single-aisle aircraft as the kingdom lines up deals during President Trump's Middle East trip this week. Boeing shares, right now, they are up 3.4%. Rival Airbus, the ADR is up 1.9%. The 10-year, 4.48%, with the 2-year, 4.01%. Spot gold up $15 the ounce, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude now rallying 3%, 63.78 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 1.1%, 103,780 right now on Bitcoin. So again, recapping, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 0.5%. S&P in the green for the year. For the year, up 0.2% right now, higher by 0.9%. Balance of Power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, there she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The S&P 500 in the green for the year. Incredible how the mood music in the markets, around the economy, around the idea, around the impact of tariffs seems to be changing here. In part, of course, due to the news we've got in the last few days about the de-escalation in trade tensions between the U.S. and China, the lowering, at least for 90 days, of the tariffs that the two countries have on each other. But then there's also the economic data to consider. CPI, which we got today, with just a 0.2% increase month on month, cooler than expected. Components where you thought a tariff impact might be starting to show up, like apparel or new cars, not doing as much as expected. And all of that seems to be feeding into the stronger risk appetite we're seeing once again today. But we want to dig into the details of that data now and turn to Bloomberg's Michael McKee, our international economics and policy correspondent. So, Mike, obviously the headline is one thing. The different components of the CPI data are another. Is it so much that the inflation data isn't as bad as expected, or that actually, or the tariff impact that is rather, or that it just hasn't shown up yet, that it was still too early?
The political folks were calling this the not yet administration. We're supposed to see the economy slow, but not yet. We're supposed to see inflation rise, but not yet. And that's kind of where we are right now. The numbers today showed no real huge tariff impact. There are a few categories that might fit that narrative, but we haven't really seen the impact overall. And so that, I suppose, reassures people on Wall Street a little bit. I think it's more the fact that the Fed is not going to move one way or another based on this, and it doesn't set any course for the Fed because we know there are tariff impacts out there, and the markets can just look beyond the central bank and interest rates at the moment and focus on things like the reconciliation bill.
Well, will PPI be any different of a story then, Mike? Does that have any bearing on the thinking of the Fed? Could we see more of a tariff impact in that data?
Well, we could, and I would expect it, at least in certain categories. A lot of intermediate goods in the PPI that companies buy to make other things, that could show up because we did see a surge in imports in the first 3 months of the year as companies tried to front run the tariffs. So maybe some companies tried to raise prices anyway, even ahead of the tariffs. And certainly there are additional shipping costs if you're trying to bring in a lot of extra stuff. So we may see some prices rise in the PPI that will give us sort of a feel for how this might go. But again, it's not going to be something that occupies a terrible amount of space in Fed officials' minds because, again, they know that something's coming, but they don't know what. And so there isn't much they can say at this point other than we're watching.
Well, and they're watching inflation expectations as well. We know, Mike, and when we consider the idea that inflation expectations, at least in soft consumer sentiment data, have still been going up, even if you aren't necessarily seeing it in the hard inflation data itself, does that have influence on the thinking of monetary policymakers? Because the risk is that consumers kind of perpetuate their own inflation with their thinking prices will keep going higher.
That's it. That's a good explanation. We'll bring you to the next Fed News Conference, and you can help Jay Powell in that regard.
I'll leave that to you, Mike.
One of the follow-ons to that is that because we just went through this big inflation bout, that people's views on inflation are much more likely to be influenced quickly because they saw inflation rise so fast. So maybe the inflation being locked down or inflation expectations being stable, it may not be all that stable. They might break loose a little bit, become de-anchored if we get a report that would be really bad or some reason to think that inflation's going to go jumping up, which is a good preview for our 10 a.m. coverage on Friday of the University of Michigan's new inflation expectations data.
And we know you'll be all over that coverage, just as you're all over CPI today. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joining us here on Balance of Power. Thank you so much. Now, we haven't heard much from President Trump regarding the inflation data today, though he did talk about the U.S. economy plenty when he spoke at the Saudi U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh earlier today. It's just one portion of multiple days he'll be spending in the Middle East as he touts specifically new investment from the countries he's visiting. Qatar and the UAE, of course, coming later this week, but Saudi Arabia kicking things off. And the White House says the Saudis have made $600 billion in investment pledges into the United States. But we didn't know that was coming already. With the details, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So we knew about the $600 billion, but the Saudis are saying they're going to try to take it up to $1 trillion, which really was President Trump's goal.
That was his original pledge that he had wanted the Saudi Crown Prince to make. I was actually there back in February in Miami at the FII summit backed by the Saudi Wealth Fund, where President Trump made a very similar speech to what we heard today, asking for upwards of $1 trillion in investment. Now, we should be clear that the Saudi Crown Prince at the time of President Trump's inauguration did pledge $600 billion over 4 years, but we are starting to get some of the new details today where those initiatives might end up going. And of course, Saudi Arabia has really been at the forefront of a few different policy priorities for this administration, but perhaps most pertinent to our conversation is this big push by this Trump White House when it comes to foreign direct investment and to shore up the capital to make good on some of these promises to boost domestic manufacturing in particular. And you'll listen here, you'll hear it here. President Trump outlined some of the recent commitments that he's been able to get.
Apple is investing $500 billion. NVIDIA is investing, and I see my friend is here. Jensen, that's very good, wherever you may be. I thank you very much, because he's putting in $500 billion. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment.
So the $600 billion number that the White House is touting here, we've learned some details. It's going to be geared towards energy, defense, technology sectors. You heard President Trump really tout how the private sector is trying to make these investments. The White House gave us one such example. Google, Oracle, Salesforce, AMD, and Uber will invest $80 billion in cutting-edge technology in both countries. And really that cutting-edge technology has been sort of at the forefront of what has been this emerging partnership, particularly with our countries in the Gulf. Take, for example, our new Bloomberg News reporting when it comes to the U.S. likely going to lift some curbs so that Saudi Arabia can have access to cutting-edge chips.
So obviously a lot of this is about business, it's about finance, but some of this is about geopolitics as well. We heard plenty from President Trump in that regard when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Gaza, Lebanon, also interestingly, Syria, saying he will order the end of sanctions on Syria as he and others from the administration get ready to actually meet with Syrian officials on this Middle East trip. That was unexpected.
Unexpected, as well as what you're alluding to here, which is that it's our understanding that President Trump's going to meet with new leadership in Syria while he is in Saudi Arabia. Of course, there has been a leadership change in Syria, and Bloomberg Economics actually has a really great analysis looking at how that has shifted dynamics, including between the U.S. and Turkey, just as there is new leadership in the region. And President Trump really does want to tout his credentials when it comes to peacemaking and show that he can help to wrangle down these conflicts in that area. It's important to note that he also touted how Saudi Arabia has served as that mediator when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. And we know that that really was where those talks kicked off between the U.S. and Russia to try to get to the point today. Of course, we're looking towards later this week, whether or not any progress is made. We know Zelensky, of course, is heading to Turkey. And we learned in the speech that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be there as well.
Yeah, not President Trump himself, as he had teased yesterday that might be happening. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, thank you so much for joining us with the latest out of the Middle East. And we wanted to get the latest out of Capitol Hill now as well, because there is some key action taking place on the Hill later this afternoon. The one we're focused on, in large part here on Bloomberg TV and radio, is the action that will come in the Ways and Means Committee. Their markup of their draft tax bill released last night, scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, that bill does a lot of things. It makes good on some key campaign promises from President Trump, including, of course, an extension of the 2017 tax cuts. No tax on tipped income or overtime, at least until 2028. It raises the endowment tax as high as 21%. It doesn't create a new tax bracket for the wealthy, creates some deductions for auto loan interest, something else President Trump wanted to see. And of course, it lifts the SALT cap to $30,000, up from the current $10,000. The thing is, that's not enough for a lot of those Republican members who live in blue SALT states like New York, including one Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who I spoke with about this on Balance of Power last night.
This bill, as written, with a $30,000 cap for those making under $400,000, is just woefully inadequate. And so, no, this does not have my support. It will not have my support. And if this bill comes to the floor for a vote, I will vote no.
For more, we turn to someone who has experience with navigating tax packages like this and markups like the one that will take place today. As the former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Chairman Kevin Brady is joining me now. He's now spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Mr. Chairman. When you look at this package as a whole and the many different components in it, is its biggest weakness potentially this lower than expected lift to the SALT cap, at least for these SALT members? Could that actually tank this entire thing?
You know, it could, Kaylee, good to see you. So it is a big day in Washington, D.C. You know, when the tax bill gets introduced, while it's not the final step, it is a huge step. So starting today in about an hour, we're going to see the Ways and Means Committee take this bill up, address amendments, ultimately pass out, hopefully sometime late tomorrow. And it's a big step. So the president should be pleased here. Certainly his priorities, as you pointed out, making so much of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, you know, preserving and improving upon the middle class tax cuts, keeping that small business deduction, the first time we've ever created that, 2017, and expanding it some, I think very important as well. His priorities, as you pointed out, about $300 billion in tax relief on tips and overtime, for Social Security and some help on car loans for American-made autos. All, I think, big priorities for him as well. Certainly, to your point, the spending savings number is still up in the air, going to be a big part of this. The SALT number is still up in the air as well. I'm confident they will find a common ground here, but I would just point out in 2017, only 8 counties in all of America had an average SALT deduction of more than $30,000. Today, it's gotten somewhat bigger, but the point being, you are, devoting about $300 billion or so to a relatively few number of counties, to a few number of taxpayers. And obviously, for both the president and tax writers, they're trying to juggle that against the numbers, the cap they have on deficits here, and also the fact that what they're doing in middle class families and small businesses, all that's hugely expensive. So yeah, there is a lot more conversations to be had, both as it goes to the floor next week as scheduled, and then through the Senate. Still a lot of work left to be done.
Well, and when we consider the price tag of all of this, the Ways and Means Committee had a $4.5 trillion cap essentially to the revenue that could be lost over the next decade as a result of this policy. And the Joint Committee on Taxation says it actually is only going to result in $3.7 trillion in lost revenue. And I wonder if you see that as by design, that they purposefully left themselves some margin to work with on some of these issues.
I think so, and for 3 reasons. They don't know yet what that spending number is going to be at the end of the day when it goes to the Senate. That's, Kaylee, so key, because it's not only the key to passing the bill, it's to unlocking the Senate baseline, which allows tax writers to make more of these tax cuts permanent. So savings number is really big here. Again, they haven't finished out the SALT issue. They're very aggressive in the House on the Inflation Reduction Act. So as that moves through to the floor and through the Senate, there may be some changes there. So I think it was wise for them. And obviously for the fiscal conservatives, this is an effort to bring them into the fold here. So I think it was, they were using some good strategy and good thinking in introducing this bill.
I also wonder, as we consider our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, how you think the corporate community should be looking at this package as a whole, knowing there was a lot of conversation around sea salt in particular. Sea, not like sea salt, like SEA salt, but like corporate state and local tax deduction. I feel like for some reason I have to make that clear, Mr. Chairman, but the sea salt conversation, the question around whether or not they would try to close the carry the interest loophole, which they did not. Is this actually the best kind of package corporate America could have hoped for, short of bringing down substantially the corporate tax rate itself?
Yeah, so I think to your point, yes. I think for corporations, large or small, keeping that corporate rate as it is, not making permanent, but fully restoring those 3 tax provisions, so key to innovation and competitiveness, like research and development, in full and immediate expensing. I think 5 years is what was in the bill. I think people would love to make that permanent, but that's a big step by itself. In the international tax space, which is where we made sure in 2017 our U.S. companies could compete and win anywhere in the world, including here at home. And when they succeeded bring those profits in investment back to the United States, the tax writers avoided any tax hikes there, and I think sent a strong signal to our foreign competitors that their global tax is not going to impact our pro-growth tax areas. So from that standpoint, I think it was very strong. Certainly there aren't corporate SALT restrictions in there, which would have would have effectively been a backdoor approach on the corporate rate and increase there. I think there's satisfaction there as well. I think there's concern on the pass-through side, restrictions on their ability to work around the SALT cap. I think everyone's trying to digest who's impacted by that and to what degree. Certainly conservative heard raised today, but again, tax writers are trying to find that balance, and there will be changes made in this bill as it goes forward.
Well, and obviously we'll learn more, hopefully, about what changes will look like after this markup concludes, however long that takes. I've been told it could go well into the night tonight in Ways and Means, Mr. Chairman. But of course, it's not just Ways and Means that is marking things up today. The House Energy and Commerce Committee is as well. In fact, that starts sooner at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. They've saved, according to the Congressional Budget Office, more than the $880 billion in cost savings that they were charged with. But as a result, according to the CBO, 13.7 million people could be kicked off Medicaid rolls over the next decade. We've heard from Republican Senator Josh Hawley, who says this is morally wrong, politically suicidal for Republicans. And I wonder how you yourself, from the outside now looking in, view this politically for Republicans as they consider their maps in 2026.
So I will tell you from my experience with Congressional Budget Office in 2017 on healthcare, their estimates of who is kicked off or kept on our healthcare programs is usually woefully wrong and off by millions. And in this case, I am skeptical about their conclusion. So if you look at what the reforms for Medicaid are, so who might lose their coverage? Those who are ineligible to be covered by Medicaid, those who are here undocumented and should not be eligible for Medicaid, able-bodied Americans, mainly men, who are capable of working or going to school or volunteering 20 hours a week. Certainly, if they want to stay on Medicaid, they can take those steps to do that. And then those who are impacted perhaps by reforms to the payment system. As you know, the way we fund Medicaid, it doesn't go to where people are at. It goes where matching funds are at. States have gained that to a pretty large degree. So if you look at the real reforms in Medicaid, it's hard to agree with that number of 13 million. And frankly, a number of those individuals, frankly, aren't eligible for Medicaid in the first place.
Okay, so perhaps you don't think this will be quite as politically suicidal as Senator Hawley is characterizing, if indeed the people affected are not as high in number. But I do wonder, it's not just Senator Hawley. There were a number of moderates who were concerned about this as well. Add those moderates to the people in the SALT caucus who are willing to die on the hill of the SALT cap with the fiscal conservatives in the House, the likes of Chip Roy, for example, who are saying spending cuts are not going far enough. As it stands right now, do you see the votes as being there on the House floor, knowing you expect this legislation to change, but just how hard with this narrow majority is it going to be to pass even changed legislation with all of these various factions who want different outcomes?
Well, ultimately, yes, I do believe it'll pass the House and ultimately the Senate, and I think it'll be done by that August 1st timetable for the debt ceiling issue. But will it be difficult at every step? Absolutely. It was in 2017. It will be now, especially with such a near zero majority. But everyone knows this. Everyone's staying at the table. The speaker, the committee leaders, the leadership, constant meetings with lawmakers, just as we did in 2017. And so, yeah, there are difficult challenges left. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm confident they'll get where they need to be on time.
All right, Mr. Chairman, good to have you, as always, especially on a day like today. The former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee and as spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation, Kevin Brady, here with us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. And we still have more coming up. We'll turn back to President Trump's visit to the Middle East in just a moment. But we also want to check in on these markets because the rally is continuing. We're actually positive for the year on the S&P 500. Charlie Pellet, every time you say it, I do a double take.
And that's precisely why I say it, Kaylee Lines. Let me throw in the NASDAQ 100 index as well, not just positive on the year, but showing a gain right now of 1%. Right now, we have got the S&P gaining by 0.9%, up 0.3% on the year. The Dow, though, in the red, down 0.3. NASDAQ up 1.7%, still negative on the year. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 1.5%, but the NASDAQ 100 index, to be sure, up by 1%. We've got the 10-year currently yielding 4.48%, the 2-year 4.01%. Right now, we have got spot gold trading higher by $9, up 0.3%, 32.45 the ounce. A rally for West Texas intermediate crude ripping higher by 2.9%, 63.75 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 1.2%, 103,917 on a Bitcoin. Coinbase Global, the largest U.S. cryptocurrency exchange, is going to be added to the S&P 500 index. We are looking at the stock trading higher. Coinbase surging now by 22%. Coming out of the S&P 500 index, Discover Financial, it's being removed as it's being acquired by Capital One Financial. Capital One up 1.2%, Discover up by 1.4%. A number of headlines, developing stories at this hour. We begin in the sports world with the NBA's Portland Trailblazers being put up for sale. The Trailblazers selected Allen & Company as investment bank for the sale. In New York City, a federal judge has ordered New York officials to hand control of the city's troubled jail complex at Rikers Island to an outside manager. And the New York Times is reporting that Robert Shapiro, the man who made NutraSweet, a household name at Monsanto, has died at age 86. Again, the S&P positive on the year, up now by 0.3%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am indeed Kaylee Lines in Washington, where President Trump is not today. He is in the Middle East instead, the first of a three-nation visit to the region being Saudi Arabia, where he touted today investment pledges made by the Saudis into the United States, although we knew about them largely already, to the tune of $600 billion. The Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman promising to try to get that number to the $1 trillion mark that President Trump has been seeking for some time now. And of course, President Trump had some kind words for the Crown Prince, viewing him as a friend, as a strong partner, to use his characterization, as we heard him speak at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh. But he also had plenty of words for the not friends, shall we say, talking specifically about Iran and how he wants to make sure that they never have a nuclear weapon, but also his hope that Iran won't necessarily be on his list of enemies forever.
I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies.
I don't know if our political panel has any permanent enemies they'd like to discuss, but maybe they do want to discuss President Trump's trip to the Middle East. So we turn to them on that note. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino are with me. Rick Davis is Stonecourt Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, obviously he did take some time to talk about Iran. He talked about Syria and relieving sanctions on Syria, Lebanon, Gaza. He did hit areas in the Middle East in which obviously there is ongoing geopolitical conflict, but we've said from the beginning that largely this trip is about the money. Is walking away from Saudi Arabia with $600 billion in investment pledges that the Saudis actually had already announced enough of a win?
You know, I think it's a good backdrop for the trip. I mean, obviously, he brought a lot of business executives there to try and foment their own transactions, which I'm sure they're going to be well received. And, you know, you got to remember, the entire Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, PIF, is only $1 trillion. So the idea that we would get a commitment for $1 trillion, which would represent 100% of the capacity of their sovereign wealth fund, is not really realistic. And Saudi Arabia is not the same it was 4 years ago when Donald Trump left office. They now operate in a budget deficit because of the massive gigaprojects that MBS has launched in his own country. So, you know, whether they even have the capacity to do that over time is at least not an academic question. So I think this was as good as anybody was going to get. Still a good thing for them to be committed to this kind of investment in the U.S. And more importantly, probably secures them as a very strong ally, certainly as long as Donald Trump's in office. Something that, you know, really was a question mark during the period of time when Joe Biden was in office and really didn't consider them as strategic an ally as Donald Trump does.
Well, when we consider these alliances or these partners potentially in the Middle East, Jeannie, knowing it's not just the Saudis he's paying a visit to, but Qatar and the UAE as well, how does it play at home, the U.S. drawing closer to these countries, bringing in dollars from these countries? I wonder here, this is how the president is spending his first big trip abroad of his second term, not going to somewhere you would maybe expect like the UK or Europe or one of our North American partners, but instead to the Middle East. Is it a good decision?
You know, it's his first trip and his first administration was also to the Middle East. And I think while Americans may not pay as much attention to what is going on overseas, the way we obviously do what is going on in our own country, the fact is, I think it is a smart move for the president. There's not only the investment and business components that you've been talking about, but the strategic importance of the Middle East today, even more critical today than it was when he was first president. I mean, if we just reflect on the conflicts in the world today, whether that's Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, Hamas, Israel, Pakistan, and India, these countries, the three he is visiting on this trip, have been key to resolving or trying to help the U.S. resolve those conflicts. And so from that perspective, in addition to all of the monetary aspects of this, the strategic importance of these places in the Middle East today is critical. And so I think that's so important. And Kaylee, I was so happy you started with Iran, because I thought this was the most interesting thing the president said today, which I saw as a warning to Iran. U.S. Donald Trump are being pressured by Israel to go a different route with Iran, and he is warning them that he could consider the bombing they've been talking publicly about if they don't come to the table for some kind of renewed deal on the nuclear program. So I'm really interested to see how that statement he made today lands in Tehran.
Well, absolutely. And when we consider it's not just Iran he wants to deal with, but some of the Iranian proxies that are engaged in conflict like Hamas in Israel, to the point Jeannie was making, the president did talk, Rick, about wanting to be a peacemaker, how that is one of his primary goals in his second term as president. He also was speaking specifically to Saudi Arabia, talking about how much he wants them to join the Abraham Accords. He called it his dream. Is this also a U.S. president that we see in live pursuit of a Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, he's not made it a secret that the two major things that he would like to accomplish in his term is make America rich again and win a Nobel Peace Prize. And I don't think that's a bad motivation. He's invested a lot of his own administration time and his time personally in trying to get a deal in Ukraine, although that seems to be a bit far off. He's pressured Bibi Netanyahu in the Middle East, and he has used this carrot and stick approach with a lot of regimes, basically saying either you're going to clean yourself up and become a part of the world community, or I'm going to use the stick on you. And so far, nobody has challenged that claim. They've pretty much found ways of playing inside his sandbox. And it'll be interesting to see if Iran does the same, because they do know that both the U.S. and Israel have the capacity to disrupt their ability to produce fissile material. And, you know, do they cut a new deal? And the reality is the fact that Trump is offering one, they have to be scratching their head in Tehran going, oh, this sounds just like the Biden administration. Take the deal. It's definitely going to be better for Iran and for the rest of the world if they do.
Well, I'm glad you raised Ukraine as well, Rick, because we also learned from President Trump in his speech that after teasing yesterday the suggestion he himself might go to Turkey on Thursday to join the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in potential peace talks with Russia that we weren't sure whether or not Vladimir Putin would show up to, he said instead it's Marco Rubio that will be going. Do you see that, Jeannie, as the president in advance trying to save face in case Putin is a no-show and the whole thing turns out to be underwhelming?
Yeah, I think it might be. I thought all along it would be too early for the president to join. While it would be amazing to see all three of those men in the same room, if we could get a glimpse of it, I thought it would be too early. And I do think it may be a sign that, as we sort of indicated and thought, that Putin may not go there. And of course, then this leaves us exactly where we were. And this, of course, is another of the president's commitments on the campaign trail that he's having trouble getting to. Not surprisingly, he overpromised and is under-delivering, and you can see the frustration. And that's why I think he tends to these business deals, because he feels like he can have more luck there than he could on the geopolitical side in these really difficult conflicts.
Rick, we just have a minute left, but can Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Vladimir Zelensky make progress themselves in Turkey, even if Russia is not at the table?
Well, I mean, Russia's got to be at the table to make progress. It doesn't have to be Vladimir Putin. They've got a team that have been negotiating with the U.S. over this for some time. And you'd never have the principals in a meeting if you didn't already have a baked deal. So the idea that all three of them are going to go and actually hash it out is just not realistic for where we are as nation states in the world today. So hopefully they'll make progress to the point where they can actually start talking about having the principals meeting. And that would indicate for the first time, I think, since they started this process, that they may be nearing something that would look like a deal.
All right, a reality check from Rick Davis alongside Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel on this Tuesday. Thank you, as always, for joining me here on Balance of Power. And still ahead, we'll cast our eyes toward the economy after today's inflation data. Cooler than expected CPI, perhaps not as much pain from tariffs as feared being felt, at least yet. We'll get into those details with Kitty Richards of the Groundwork Collaborative. Much more still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
6:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks pushing higher with the S&P 500 index very close to session highs, up 1% right now with the S&P advancing 58 points. Year to date now, we have got the S&P showing a gain of 0.4%. So back in the green for 2025. The NASDAQ 100 index also is positive for the year, now up by 1.1%. Again, the S&P gaining 1% today. NASDAQ is up 1.9%, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average does remain lower, right now down by 0.3%. The 10-year at 4.49% with the 2-year, 4.02% on your 2-year. Gold up $7 the ounce, up 0.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude is now gaining 3%, $63.78 a barrel. Bitcoin just below $104,000, up today by 1.2%. Hertz Global Holdings shares are plunging after the car rental company posted a larger than expected loss in the first quarter, pressured by a slowdown in customer bookings. The stock now lower by 17%. And United Airlines has debuted a new interior for its incoming fleet of Boeing 787-9 aircraft, featuring 8 studio suites with doors and 27-inch seatback screens, plus upgrades throughout the rest of the cabin. And briefly, in sports, the NBA's Trailblazers have been put up for sale. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington, where we've been keeping a close eye on the Middle East today, Saudi Arabia specifically, where President Trump spent his day speaking at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh, and a number of different issues, of course, many of them targeted at the Middle East, geopolitical conflicts there that he would like to see end, investment he would like to see coming from the region into the United States. That's a big part of what this trip is all about. But we heard plenty about other things too, including his tariff policy. The president actually took time to call out the agreement that was reached just days ago with China, calling it a breakthrough, talking about how China has agreed to open up to the U.S. for trade, though noting China still has to do that, and we'll see what happens. And as we consider this changing trade relationship between the U.S. and China, that is something that my colleague David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent, is focusing on today, as he had the chance to sit down with the former ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, of course, who held that position during the last administration under Joe Biden. And David Gura is joining me now. David, I do wonder the ambassador's thoughts about what we have seen from, honestly, since President Trump took office and the fentanyl tariffs almost immediately went into effect against China and others through Liberation Day to where we are now.
Well, he's watching it with great interest, and thanks for having me, Kaylee. As you might expect, and this was one of the hardest jobs in government when he had it, right on the heels of COVID, having to navigate a very much changed China. And we talked a lot about that, about what the landscape looked like while he was there and the work that he did to kind of rehabilitate that relationship after the first Trump term, the work he did to try to secure a new line, a conduit of communication between Washington and Beijing. And we talked about what's happened since he left government. So his last day was on January 20th. He came back to Boston. He's now a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School and has been watching all of this happen from afar. And as you suggest, and that's where I began the interview, just asking him sort of how he watched what unfolded in Geneva over the course of the weekend, and if he sees what occurred there, the outcome of that meeting, as a positive step. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Well, first of all, I start from a first principle, and that is that China's been the largest and most important disruptor in the global trade system for about 3 decades right now. There's a reason why the United States and many other countries around the world have placed tariffs on China. China's manufactured exports in particular is because China's been dumping them around the world below the cost of production. And it's been a killer for jobs, both in the United States historically in the last several decades, but also around the world. You have a situation now where Turkey and India and Brazil and Colombia and Mexico and Canada and the United States and the European Union have all put tariffs on China. So I have a degree of sympathy for the situation that President Trump and his team inherited, which was a situation that we left when I left in mid-January as ambassador to China. President Biden, a year ago, in May 2024, placed 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs, 50% on semiconductors, 25% on lithium batteries. So the root of this problem is China and Chinese trade policy. The Chinese are trying to act now. You saw it in the statements over the weekend from Vice Premier He Lifeng, is that they're the innocent party. that they are the victim of this trade war by President Trump, when in fact, and that they're the responsible party, when in fact the reality is quite different. I think it's important to set the stage. Having said that, these are going to be very, very difficult negotiations over the next 90 days. I think in the end, self-interest and logic will prevail. Both sides need an agreement. It was encouraging to hear Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say that they had agreed in principle they don't want to decouple these two economies. Last year, we had a $642 billion two-way trade relationship in goods and services with China. China's our third largest trade partner. About 1 million American jobs depend on trade with China. Upwards of 20 million manufacturing jobs in China depend on trade with the United States. So neither country can afford to sunder the economic ties and the millions of interactions that our private sector has had with the Chinese economy over the last 40 years. And I think in the end, there will be a trade agreement. But getting there, I think, is going to be extraordinarily difficult.
Difficult, and I asked him sort of how he sees these next 90 days playing out. He said there's going to have to be a lot of urgency and a lot of alacrity on the part of both the U.S. And China as they try to have that sort of consultative mechanism, as the Treasury Secretary put it, go into effect, kind of maintain the level of dialogue that they had over the course of the weekend. And he's optimistic that something will come from this, but again, underscores how difficult it's going to be. We had a very wide-ranging conversation. Something we talked an awful lot about is just the state of the State Department today, of U.S. diplomacy. He spent most of his 45-year career in the State Department. He's lived in 7 countries. China was the last one in which he lived. And I asked him at the end just sort of what he's telling his students today about sort of the path forward for diplomacy. Obviously, he's teaching a lot of students who wanted to go down a path that's since been foreclosed. If we've seen the cuts in the U.S. diplomatic corps, he's telling them to be patient. He thinks that there's going to be an awareness, a broader awareness in the end, Kayleigh, that it's important to have career diplomats like himself. A fascinating conversation. I thought we're going to make it available as a Big Take podcast soon, so I encourage everybody to download that as they can.
Absolutely. That's where you can find the conversation in full, hosted, of course, by David Gura from the Bloomberg Big Take podcast and Bloomberg correspondent, joining us live from Boston today. Thank you so much. And as we consider the de-escalated, if you will, trade tensions between the U.S. and China, the tariff rate that has been taken lower, at least for this 90-day period, does beg the question of what difference that will ultimately make for the U.S. economy and the inflationary pressures that could have resulted if tariffs stayed as high as they were. We got CPI data today that, of course, showed inflation pressures in the economy that were cooler than expected in the month of April, with just a 0.2% increase month on month. And President Trump has finally chimed in on that data, taking to Truth Social at a pretty late hour in the Middle East where he is right now, saying no inflation and prices of gasoline, energy, groceries, and practically everything else are down, in all caps. The Fed must lower the rate, like Europe and China have done. What is wrong with too late Powell? Not fair to America, which is ready to blossom. Just let it all happen. It will be a beautiful thing. Let's see if Kitty Richards agrees whether or not that would be a beautiful thing. She's senior fellow at the Groundwork Collaborative and is joining me here in our Washington, D.C. studio. Good to have you back.
Thanks so much,
on
Kayleigh.
Balance of Power. When you look at the inflation data we got today, which, yes, is cooler than expected, is there a case to be made that with the lack of increased elevated inflationary pressures that seem to have amounted thus far, at least, from tariffs, that the Fed could be safe to do what the president says? Go ahead and cut the rate?
I think the Fed is in a really complicated position, and I don't envy them. I have been arguing for quite some time, for a couple of years now, that the Fed was behind the curve on lowering rates. But the uncertainty created by the tariffs, I think we're not really seeing tariff effects showing up in prices yet. But that's partly just because those effects wouldn't be showing up yet, right? Mm-hmm. All of this has happened very rapidly. And if you think about imported goods, I think sometimes we forget, we're just starting to feel the warmth of summer here. But people who are trying to place orders for imported goods are placing orders now for Christmas presents, right, because it takes a long time for container ships to arrive here. So we're not seeing the shortages and the supply chain disruptions really play out yet. I think that puts the Fed in a difficult position. And we've got Fed governors talking about stagflation, mm-hmm, right? The worry that we've already seen consumer confidence just fall through the floor. And if we start to see demand being reduced at the same same time as we're having these supply problems, we could be in a really difficult position for managing both inflation and unemployment.
Well, to that point, is the lagged effect, the time of the lag, the same for what could happen in consumer demand and in the labor market as it is for when it shows up in inflation data? I'm just wondering what triggers the Fed first.
I think that's a really good question, and it's hard to say how that's all going to play out. You know, I do think it, as has happened every month for a couple of years now, one of the big standouts in the inflation report was high shelter inflation. Housing costs are continuing to go up and up, and that's where I'd like to see policymakers really focus. Those are the prices that are really locking Americans out of the middle class. But again, it's a really difficult position for monetary policymakers to be in. They have very blunt instruments for dealing with these problems, and when things are being thrown at them at this speed, it's hard to know how the economy is going to react.
I just want to point out for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio that we do have eyes on President Trump arriving to dinner with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia after the two of them, of course, appeared together at the Saudi-U.S. Investment Forum earlier today. That's just one leg, of course, of the president's wider trip to the Middle East, which, Kitty, in large part is about attracting investment from these countries, not just the Saudis, but the UAE and Qatar as well, and bringing it to the United States. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars, or even trillions if you believe the math of the president, that companies are investing here. How long is that going to take to materialize, to make a difference in available jobs in the U.S. and actual hiring practices, in productivity? Is most of this even going to be realized realistically by the time he leaves office?
I think there's a real open question about whether these sorts of negotiations will yield much fruit at all. You know, the United States is already a very attractive place for foreign investment, but it's because of things like our very stable bond market and our highly educated workforce. It's the investments that we've made in our people in our country that make this an attractive place to invest. And I don't think that the economic policy of the Trump administration is aiding in those draws to foreign capital. The other question is, even if there is additional investment, how will that actually translate for workers and families? And that's one of the things that I think is often missed in the conversation about the tariffs, especially, that if your goal is to reshore manufacturing and bring back good, strong American jobs, you have to have worker power and worker protection to ensure that that happens. Otherwise, things like tariffs, we saw this during the supply chain disruptions during the pandemic. Supply chain disruptions become just another opportunity for powerful corporations to price gouge. They don't have to share those profits with their workers. We saw corporations turning in record profits over and quarter after quarter during a time where prices were skyrocketing and wages were barely keeping up. And so, you know, if you think about an economic policy that is trying to center that sort of revival of the American working class, we're really missing some pretty important pieces. And in fact, on the other side of town, we've got Capitol Hill marking up.
Right, that's what I was going to ask you.
Big bills that are going to, you know, if Republicans in Congress have their way, Trump's big, beautiful bill is going to kick millions of people off their health insurance, increase health insurance costs for millions more by an average of $700 a year, and also hand out more tax breaks to multinational corporations for their overseas profits. So if you're trying to bring investment and jobs into the country, it's really hard to see how this pencils out with the tax bill.
We have less than a minute left here, Kitty, but you also have no tax on tipped income or overtime until 2028, an expansion of the child tax credit that people can claim. Are there not good things in here for the American working class?
So I think no tax on tips and overtime is a really perfect example of something that it sounds like you are talking about working class people, but the fact of the matter is, if you work in a restaurant and, you know, are a waitress and trying to make ends meet with your family, you're going to get pennies out of no tax on tips. Whereas if you are a fancy consultant who's able to reclassify your income as gratuities, which, let me tell you, there's going to be a whole law practice that springs up around how to do that. You could get tens of thousands of dollars out of this. So there are a lot of these Trump tax cuts that are really Trojan horses for tax cuts for the wealthy.
All right, Kitty Richards of the Groundwork Collaborative, thank you so much. Rounding things out here on Balance of Power. I'll be back for more in the late edition at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead. They'll have more with President Trump live in Saudi Arabia, dining with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, as we see live here on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube and radio as well. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Yes, indeed, this is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, live here in our New York headquarters. Welcome back. We're kind of
Thank
finally
you.
back. We've been
welcome back to you too. I feel like it's been a very long time since we've done this together from Bloomberg World Headquarters.
See if we remember how to do this. Hey, of course we do. Of course we do.
So far, not off to a great start. I'm just kidding. We're off to a great start.
Hey, listen, a lot coming at us. It feels like every day this year, things are coming at us. We're going to get into it over the next couple of hours. Having said that, we've got a rally underway, not so much for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Thank you, United Health. That's something we'll get into in the 3 o'clock hour. But coming up in the next 60 minutes, we're going to talk about what tariff impacts specifically, what, if any, if not any impact on U.S. inflation. We'll dig into that in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll have much more on the markets in just a minute. Also on our radar, Saudi Arabia is drilling down on more investments in the U.S. as the two nations move toward a much closer relationship. Also, the U.S. weighing letting the UAE buy over 1 million advanced NVIDIA chips. We see shares of NVIDIA up by close to 6% as we speak.
Yep, and you are right now looking at a live shot for those who are watching on television and YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, a live shot of Saudi Arabia. You can see Elon Musk there, along with President Trump and, of course, the Saudi officials. So this is after we heard also a shot of Steve Schwartzman there. You're also seeing the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. So all of the officials that are on the trip. This is, of course, President Trump's first official visit to an overseas nation. So again, this is going to be certainly front of mind over the next 60 minutes. What this relationship, what seems to be, Tim, a much closer relationship that the U.S. and Saudi Arabia in particular, and maybe more broadly the Mideast region, are forging on this trip as the president has made some comments and talks about the importance of these relationships.
Yeah, we'll go live to Saudi Arabia in just a few minutes. And speaking of travel, especially international travel, the Newark Airport flight chaos that is rocking air traffic control. We got a Bloomberg News story on that kind of in just a few minutes. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is. Say there, Charlie Pellet.
Hey, thank you very much. Welcome back to the two of you with the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ both higher. But the key takeaway on the equity story at this hour, we have got the S&P 500 index and also the NASDAQ 100 index. They are both positive on the year. Right now, we're looking at the S&P so far this year, up by 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index on the year, up by 0.9%. The composite index does remain lower for the year, down by 1.6%. So what's going on today? We have got the Dow lower, down 0.4%. As Carol mentioned, certainly United Healthcare weighing on that index. UNH, by the way, down roughly 16% right now. The S&P higher by 0.9%, and the NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.6%. But the key takeaway, both the S&P and NASDAQ 100 positive on the year. Your 10-year, 4.49% with a 2-year on this CPI Tuesday, 4.00%. Gold up $13 the ounce, up 0.4%. A surge for West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, $63.70 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 1.5%, $104,288 on Bitcoin. The United Healthcare story, it has unexpectedly replaced its CEO and suspended earnings guidance, raising increasing questions over how the company, once regarded as a safe bet by investors, has got its cost predictions so wrong, a topic we will be exploring right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Again, shares of United Healthcare down now by 16.5%. Recapping, S&P positive on the year, up 0.7%. And for on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, you are up to date on the financial trade on this Tuesday. Having said that, we are, of course, monitoring again Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the president, President Trump, that is, his first official visit to an overseas nation, planned visit, I should say, to Saudi Arabia and the Middle East more broadly, and of course, planning to have a dinner with the Crown Prince. We're talking Mohammed bin Salman. We will take you to Riyadh in just a moment. In the meantime, we do also want to focus on some important economic news that we got here in the United States. In fact, the president even talking about the economic situation. We did have U.S. inflation earlier this morning, rising by less than forecast in April, and tame prices for clothing and new cars, suggesting little urgency so far by companies to pass along the cost of higher tariffs to consumers. As we continue to monitor what's going on in the Middle East, let's focus here for just a moment and check in with our Bloomberg TV and Radio International Economics and Policy correspondent, Michael McKee, here in studio. You are someone, though, who looks at what's going on around the world, tying it into U.S. economics, but global economics, and just kind of making sense of it. let's ask you first about something the president put out on social media. He said,
I know where you're going with this.
He said no inflation and prices of gasoline, energy, groceries, and practically everything else are down. The Fed must lower the rate like Europe and China have done. What is wrong with too late Powell? That is, of course, something he has described. Jay Powell, the chair of the Fed, that's how he references him often. The president goes on to say, not fair to America, which is ready to blossom. Just let it all happen. It will be a beautiful thing. Again, President Trump out on social media. But no inflation, prices of gas, energy, groceries, and practically everything else are down. We constantly come to you, Mike, to say, is that true?
In this case, for the most part, it is true, although I was kind of shocked that he didn't note the big drop in egg prices this month on a retail basis, down 12.7%. I think somebody said that was the biggest drop since 1984. So he wins one there. Energy prices went up overall because natural gas prices were higher, but groceries were down. And gasoline prices were down. Most of their drop came in March, but 0.1% in April. So yes, inflation is down. It's not that there's no inflation. We're still above the Fed's target.
Right. That 2% target, right?
And there is, so there is inflation, and it's pretty obvious why Jay Powell is late on this one. Is because nobody knows what the president is going to do and what the tariffs are going to be and how that's going to affect the overall economy. A lot of people on Wall Street, with new notes out today after the China stuff yesterday, suggesting that they're dialing down the odds of recession, but because they're replacing it with very low growth. But they still say we're going to see prices go back up again, more inflation, and unemployment go up. And so they're still pessimistic about the economy, but only a little bit less so.
Mike, sit tight for a second. We do want to go to the Middle East, but we want to talk to you a little bit more about policies and investment in the U.S. and how that might play into economic growth here in the U.S. going forward. Mike's going to stay with us, but let's head to Anne-Marie Hordern. She's co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance. She has been traveling with the president and is in Riyadh. Anne-Marie, before we get to what's been said, tell us a little bit about what it's been like traveling with the president and kind of what's been the mood and environment surrounding him on this trip.
Well, an incredible busy day for the president. Remember, he just touched down today, went immediately into meetings. And in those meetings, I think it was remarkable about who was in them. It wasn't just meeting with Saudi officials and the Crown Prince. He was meeting with businessmen, many of them who then went to this investment conference and who are also here at this historical site where they're hosting a dinner. You can see the Beast behind me. Not every day you see the president's car, the Beast, in the desert. And he is circling around right now with Mohammed bin Salman, touring some of these cultural sites. And it was a significant day for this administration because they wanted to make sure that they are bringing in outside investment. Of course, the Crown Prince on an inaugural phone call with the president when he became the 47th president. It was the first phone call Trump made to a foreign leader. Mohammed bin Salman had promised $600 billion. That's what the statement came out with. But then he later said, we're going to try for $1 trillion. Of course, the big question is whether or not all of these deals actually come to fruition. But it is key to note that a lot of these deals are about future investments in AI, data centers, energy, and of course, we're in the Middle East. A lot of them are about defense.
All right, you set it up so well. Let's just take everybody to the president a little bit earlier today about those investments when he made that address in Saudi Arabia.
Apple is investing $500 billion. NVIDIA is investing, and I see my friend is here, Jensen. That's very good, wherever you may be. I thank you very much, because he's putting in $500 billion. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment.
All right, that, of course, was President Trump earlier, mentioning Jensen, of course, of NVIDIA. We know you are busy. We know you've got to jump back on with the president. But what's you think the most significant things that we've heard from the president that will maybe impact the U.S. relationship with Saudi Arabia and the region more broadly longer term?
Well, I think it was a big win for capitals in the region with a lot of capital. Basically, if you are flush with a sovereign wealth fund that has a lot of money, this is a president that sees economic transaction, economic relationships primarily that he wants to carry through in these next 4 years, really doubling down on the Gulf like we saw in the first administration. Jensen Huang there, he's at this dinner. When he walked in, I asked him what he thought about the diffusion rule. I talked to him about it in Washington, D.C. a few weeks ago. before this administration rescinded it, and he looked at me and said, rescinded? Canceled. We are hearing that they, of course, are going to get potentially those advanced high-tech chips in places like Saudi Arabia, and our colleagues have reported about maybe more than 100 million chips into United Arab Emirates. The president is headed there later in the week.
All right, we know you're busy, and we know you've got to get back on tracking the president and all of his moves. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Anne-Marie Herdern, she's, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Surveillance. You can catch that every morning on Bloomberg Television. All right, let's get back to our Michael McKee. And Mike, you know, listening to what the president is talking about and various companies and MBS talking about investments of $1 trillion, perhaps, or up to $1 trillion in the United States. All of this, does this move the economic needle if indeed it is carried out? And what does that needle look like if it happens? Is it over years? Like, how do you even think about it, or do you not factor it in yet?
Well, you don't factor it in. I mean, it's if any or all of it came true, it would be good. But it does take years and years. And these companies are talking about putting in, you know, 500 billion at a time or something like that, and that wouldn't be on one project. Although New York house prices are going up, but you know, it'd be a bunch of projects that they have to figure out what they're going to do. And as Anne-Marie was saying, a lot of this will end up going into AI, and we don't know what they're going to need or how they're going to do it. Right. So I wouldn't go too far in saying that this is going to move the needle or not a lot in a way that we can tell at this point. And I might point out when Obama came to office, Apple said they were going to invest $500 billion during his term, and when Trump first came to office, they said he was going to they were going to invest $500 billion, and when Biden came to office, they said they were going to invest $500 billion over the next 4 years. So that'd be, you know, like $2 trillion. I'm not sure we've gotten that out of them.
Okay, good. Right. Some important context there. You know, what was notable, too, about this speech that the president gave in front of this U.S.-Saudi investment conference was, yes, he went around the world. He talked about Iran. He talked about Syria. He talked about China. I mean, he went pretty much everywhere. He also talked about the U.S. economy and specifically about the tax bill that is making its way, perhaps, through Congress right now. He said, we're in good shape for a tax cut bill in Congress. Tax bill would be a rocket ship for the U.S. economy. How do you look at this bill, if it does pass, being a rocket ship for the economy or having an economic effect?
Well, we're talking about it in where it is right now, which is a House bill that's not even been voted on yet, and it's still going through committee. This was the outline of a bill that came out yesterday. If it were all passed as written, you would have boosts to growth in the next few years because some of it is timed to do that. Some of these tax breaks kick in 2026, 2027, 2028. The cynical but true reason for that is because you get into election year and you want to boost the economy. So yes, there would be additional spending, but there's also going to be a lot taken out of the economy from this. So it's hard to measure the exact amounts. And the bill itself, as I said, just came out yesterday, and I know that a number of the think tanks that run models said they were going to be coming out with something either today or tomorrow once they plug in all this new data. I was talking with some of our congressional reporters up on the Hill today, and I said, you know, you guys are like the dogs at the pound who look with big eyes going, won't somebody adopt us? And I said, now it's your turn. Ouch. You get to be in charge of the news for a while. Instead of tariffs, we're going to do reconciliation.
Yeah, so true. So, you know, I was thinking about when we were going to have a conversation with you that you do look around the world, and we did see Chinese stocks in Hong Kong under pressure because the initial optimism from a maybe tariff truce between the U.S. and China all of a sudden maybe giving way to the thinking that Beijing may not be as stimulative for its own domestic economy, so maybe backing off of some maybe future stimulus measures. How important, if we see more of a slowdown in China or just not getting the growth that we're used to, playing into kind of the global economy and what it means for the U.S.?
Well, it's not good news for the U.S. It's not good news for the rest of the world. China is the second largest economy in the world and a big market. Even if we are bigger market for them, they have trading relationships with Europe. They're the Europeans' biggest trading partner. So for them not to stimulate their economy and not to transform their economy into a consumer-driven society instead of mercantilist is bad news for the rest of the world, because everybody needs to sell them things and they're not buying enough things to rebalance the trade. And every economist will tell you that while Trump's fixation on bilateral trade deficits is ridiculous because they really don't matter, China's is a symptom of its unbalanced economy and the fact that they are selling a lot of stuff at below cost so that they can dominate these markets, and that hurts everybody else. So the world needs them to redo their economy and to stimulate their economy.
Were you out in California?
Oddly enough, I was. Yes.
Okay.
It was very nice out there.
Can you see his California
Yes.
tan?
You seem very chill right now. This is great. I like sort of like West Coast Mike. You were in Northern California at the Hoover Institution.
He's got surfer shorts on. I mean, we can't tell you. He's sitting down,
Flip-flops,
but
yeah.
he's got them on.
What was the vibe like? I mean, what were the conversations that were happening officially and on the sidelines with all these economists?
It's not much different from everywhere else you go. I mean, it's not as depressed as Washington, D.C. was during the IMF meetings, but the Hoover Institution is a conservative institution, as you know, but these are the old-line conservative Republicans, so they're not enjoying any of this either. Now, that said, this was a bit of a academic conference, you know, a lot of talk about formulas and rules and things like that, so it wasn't directly, for the most part, on the current economy, but people on the sidelines are definitely talking about it and saying it's difficult. It was interesting to me that the president was talking about gasoline prices being down today when I was out in California.
Oh, yeah.
Take a guess.
$5.50.
I don't know.
$6.
Wow. Okay, but you're in Silicon Valley, so
true.
Yeah. Just go a little south of there, Big Sur, and on Highway 1, and you'll find like, you know, $7, $8, $9 a gallon at the one gas station there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was in upstate Connecticut a week ago, and it was like $2.95, $2.80. So
there's some California nuance when it comes to the formulation. I have to come to the defense of my home state, but.
And you sit there and you think, no wonder everybody has an electric car out here.
I know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Listen, is it Waymo? Is that electric too?
Yeah, Waymos are electric Jaguars.
I got into a Waymo for the first time in Arizona and blown away. Now I totally understand, like, you're being enamored with them. Like, I would have closed my eyes. Isn't that crazy? 25 minutes in a car, and it was dark night, and I would have closed my eyes.
I've ridden in them, and they drive more slowly, and you always, when you pull up to the intersection, is when you really start to watch. So they got to catch this car that's coming across. But so far, they do a good job. And they're bringing them to Washington, D.C. When I was down there a couple weeks ago, I saw a couple of them on the street. They're just testing.
Testing the message to lawmakers. That's what I think.
A couple slipped
perhaps
through
they're
a
doing.
yellow light. I'm just going to say. Kind of loved it. Mike, thank you as always. Or Michael McKee there. Hey, coming up, more on the blooming relationship between President Trump and the Middle East. Why now, and what to worry about. That's next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. CPI Tuesday, a rally in the world's largest tech companies, wiping out the stock market's losses for 2025 on bets tensions around President Trump's trade war are cooling. This morning's inflation data showing limited impacts thus far. S&P very close to session highs right now, showing a gain of 0.9%. The S&P up 53. Year to date, though, perhaps the key takeaway at this hour, year to date, the S&P is up by 0.3%. The Dow does remain lower, down 0.4%, being with United Healthcare shares weighing on the Dow. Again, Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.4. NASDAQ up 1.7%, while the NASDAQ 100 index also higher by 1.7% for the year. That index now up by 1%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.50% with the 2-year 4.01%. Gold up 0.3%. Spot gold now at $32.46 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude trading higher by 2.8%. 63.67 per barrel of WTI. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices will supply semiconductors to Saudi Arabian artificial intelligence company Humane for a massive data center project. Shares of both companies higher. AMD up 4.3%. NVIDIA right now up by 6%. And President Trump is pressuring Fed Chair Jay Powell to lower interest rates, citing this morning's softer than expected inflation report. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, as we mentioned a little earlier in the program, President Trump is in Saudi Arabia on his first scheduled overseas trip since taking office earlier this year. He did visit the region back in 2017 during the first term. He did, of course, go to Italy, Vatican City, too, for the Pope's funeral a little earlier this year. This time around, though, Saudi Arabia is looking to boost investments in the U.S. to $1 trillion, with $600 billion said to be already committed. As for the U.S., it's considering letting the UAE buy over 1 million advanced NVIDIA chips. And with Saudi Arabia specifically, about a relationship that's more about friends rather than foes.
I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies.
Well, there you have it. President Trump just a little earlier today in Saudi Arabia. For more on the relationship between the two countries and really the U.S. and the Middle East as a region, let's go to L.A. and to the executive director of the independent nonprofit Middle East Forum, Greg Roman, joins us now. Greg, I just want to start with, based on what you heard from President Trump a little earlier today, how you would characterize the U.S.'s relationship with the Middle East, and specifically how it's different than previous administrations.
Well, I think that what President Trump is looking for is partnership instead of ownership over the region. He expects that there be a quid pro quo between the United States and its trade, commercial, economic, and military relationships with Middle East allies. But there's also some sublayer here that I think the administration needs to be wary of, wherein countries like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are looking to foster closer relations with the U.S., with our businesses, with our markets. There's other countries like Turkey and Qatar, even though he's not potentially visiting Turkey unless there's that deal with Putin and Zelensky on Thursday, that are looking to influence the United States to outstretch their interests to the U.S.'s disadvantage. So there's two positive visits here and another one that I would be very aware of when he goes to Doha.
Greg, the president's saying, you know, now there are our friends and our allies talking about Saudi Arabia. And I'm just curious, what does being friends and allies really look like going forward between the two? And where does that kind of leave the U.S. and its historical allies?
All right. Well, I think that Saudi Arabia and the United States have been historical allies since the meeting at Yalta.
But it's I guess every relationship's complicated, but it feels like this one's been a little bit more complicated.
Well, okay, let's go to 9/11 for a second.
Exactly.
After 9/11, and you had 14 years of animus between the United States and Saudi kings and princes because of their failure to own up to what was the resultant relationship of having cover for the bin Laden family. But Mohammed bin Salman becomes crown prince in 2015. He quickly starts to reform the kingdom, starts opening up its markets, asking for more investment in the United States, even goes so far as to invest money in an Israeli-led hedge fund. For the last decade, MBS has been at the forefront of trying to crystallize and closen relations between the United States and Saudi Arabia. The UAE, going back to the early 90s, has been in a close defense relationship with the United States since the Gulf War. But the third country that I mentioned, the Qataris, that's the one that I'm still wary of, considering the fact that they have huge influence operations and even espionage against members of the United States and also people who were even close to Trump's family.
Okay, so let's go there and give us exactly what you're concerned about, especially in the context of a potential gift of a presidential jet.
Well, I think this goes beyond the presidential jet. I understand why the Defense Department would try to have an interim solution for the lack of Boeing being able to deliver on Air Force One, which is now expected by 2029. But I think security considerations will put that aside, and the Secret Service won't sign off on that, even though I understand the token gesture. The larger issue is the $47 billion that Qataris have invested in American higher education, K through 12, businesses, our university systems, political lobbying to the tune of almost $78 million over the past few years, all with the intent of trying to buy both sides of the political aisle. And I don't think this is anything that really extends to the administration. But what the Qataris have done is try to create a white picket fence around their areas of influence on Republicans and Democrats, that whichever way American politics go, the Qataris will be there to win.
So why, I don't know, maybe this sounds naive. I mean, what is it that we need to be wary most when it comes to extending our relationship throughout the Middle East? I mean, we have relationships, right, with other countries, with other regions. There are investments that we encourage. We have a White House and president who is big time encouraging investments by everyone outside the United States into the United States. So what is it in particular at this moment in time, especially with a nation like Saudi Arabia that is trying to move beyond oil, right? And kind of extend its economy in different ways that does require maybe relationships beyond its borders. So I'm just curious, what do you think Americans need to be wary about in this relationship as it seems to be deepening?
I think with Plan 2030 under MBS in Saudi Arabia, the diversification of Saudi's economy, it being a key member of the IMEEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, is great in terms of being able to have American companies invited to bid on infrastructure contracts there and to help them diversify it. It's a net gain for the U.S. and Saudi. Same thing with the Emiratis. They've placed their bet on AI. I think the fact they're willing to invest close to $1 trillion to this with Sheikh Takhnoun and his leadership through their ministries for infrastructure and development, it's a win-win for the United States. But the one that I'm worried about is wherein the UAE and Saudi Arabia don't have significant military relations with Iran, don't support Hamas, aren't actively supporting Syrian jihadis. That Qatari trip, the one in which you have a country which hosts one of the most egregious terror organizations to ever commit attacks against Americans, we saw their influence over the weekend, is one that I have to be very wary of because I don't see what the net gain is for the United States. If anything, it's to our citizens' detriment to do any business with them.
We're speaking with Greg Roman, Executive Director of the Middle East Forum. He joins us from Los Angeles. Greg, I want to dig into what you described as an influence campaign of the Qatari government, specifically when it comes to higher education and indeed K through 12 here in the U.S. What can you tell us about what you found and what you've reported on, and really what the goals are of the government, of the country?
So if you think about all areas of American educational excellence, Carnegie Mellon in cyberspace, Northwestern in business, Cornell in medicine, Georgetown in diplomacy, Texas A&M in science and engineering, these are all places where the Qatari government has invested hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in bringing those campuses and the intellectual property and the professors to Doha. So if you look at the amount of students that study at Texas A&M Doha, it's Iranian students who more than anything constitute the people who are there studying nuclear engineering, physics, applied sciences. And they take that IP, which they wouldn't be able to access because they wouldn't get a visa to study in the United States, bring it back to Iran, and then contribute to their nuclear program. Even in K through 12, their goal is to try to create a generation of Americans who are sympathetic to Qatari foreign policy goals, so that maybe one person from a million who graduate from one of these universities ends up becoming president. The Qataris have their talents enshrined in them and are able to exert their influence on it. And we see this across business. Dozens of companies, hedge funds, investment funds, all taking Qatari money. And then when the right time comes, they use that investment and they activate it to have their influence.
So what do you make, or what do you believe is the significance of this being President Trump's first planned trip overseas? And you've also served as, I should point out, the political advisor to the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel. You've worked for the Israeli Ministry of Defense. I mean, how do you think Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu are looking at this trip?
I think that the U.S. is executing its own interests as much as we elect our president to be able to engage in policies that are pro-American. The Israeli government decides what's best for Israel. And more often than not, the policies mesh where there's a strong, close relationship between the two. But I think at the same time, President Trump is saying we have to have an America first policy. And that's not at juxtaposition where it's just against Israel's interests. But the net gain for the United States in terms of strengthening its relationship with Arab countries will also be a positive gain for Israel. We saw the same exact pattern take place in 2019 and in 2020 with the process that led to the Abraham Accords. And frankly, if I was Prime Minister Netanyahu, I'd be looking at the dialogue between Mohammed bin Salman and President Trump and seeing how close I am now today versus yesterday of having Saudi recognition of Israel and economic relations between the two heavyweights in the region.
And we did hear President Trump mentioning the Abraham Accords in his earlier speech there in Riyadh. I am curious, do we look back at this moment in time in 5 years, Greg, and say 3 years? I always think about this. Like, is this a moment in time where we are really strongly changing our geopolitical alliances? Or midterms or new president come 3.5 years or so, does that change things potentially again?
No, I think we're at an inflection point. The Abraham Accords was put on ice when President Biden came into office for other reasons, where he was trying to seek deeper relations with non-Arab Sunni countries and with Iran. But now we're basically picking up from where we were in September and October of 2020. More deals will be signed. Trade relationships will be deepened. We'll finally be able to have an alternative trade corridor to the Chinese Belt and Road policy, which has been going through China, Iran, Pakistan, Turkey, and onto Europe. And this is, I think, the reemergence of America as a viable competitor on the global stage with China, embracing our Gulf allies. And at the same time, it's also building closer connections between regional powers that for far too long haven't had the kind of relationship that they should have, whether it's trade, commerce, economy, or military. And President Trump is the glue that's helping cement all this together.
We have 30 seconds left. The president said he wants an Iran deal. He warns it to take the olive branch. Just 30 seconds on Iran while we have you.
Yeah, the Iranians are going to play President Trump along until they don't say that they're willing to dismantle their uranium enrichment infrastructure. I think we're going to get to a point where the Iranians are going to spit in the president's face. I understand why you have to try diplomacy, but at the end of the day, the only way for the Iranians to move forward is to eliminate their nuclear program, either by themselves or by an American strike.
Greg, 15 seconds. China, is this all happening as the world, the U.S., increasingly is pushing back against China, and just very quickly?
Yeah, this is a global push against China. I think Europe and the United States have no daylight between them. And engaging the Gulf is pushing China out of the region, which is something the U.S. should have done for the last 5 years. It's a good thing it's happening now.
Greg Roman, thank you so much. Executive Director of the Middle East Forum, joining us from L.A. Coming up, wanted air traffic controllers and updated equipment, not just about Newark. We get to the Bloomberg Big Take. That's coming up on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, both are higher. The S&P and the NASDAQ 100 index now positive on the year. Right now, the Dow is down 196, down 0.5%. S&P holding close to session highs, up 51, up 0.9%. NASDAQ up 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index also up 1.7%. 10-year 4.50%. The 2-year 4.01%. Gold up 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, 63.71 a barrel. Briefly, Hertz Global Holding shares are plunging after the car rental company posted a larger than expected loss in the first quarter. Hertz right now down by 6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, listen up. I bet you know a little bit about this. And I got to say, for me, for Tim, who used Newark International Airport a lot, the recent delays.
I used to.
Well, exactly. The recent delays and problems. I mean, you and I have talked, we talk a lot about when we take flights together, but we have talked a lot about let's not book into Newark because of the delays. I recently came back on Friday on a red eye, and apparently there was another outage May 9th. I didn't know about it, and I landed, I think, a couple hours after that happened. No problems, thank God. But I have to say, the conversations I've had with you, with my husband, like, am I safe? Should I fly into Newark? Let's get into it, because the story certainly gets into what is going on. It's the Bloomberg Big Take. It's among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. Return now to Bloomberg News senior management and workplace reporter Matthew Boyle. He joins us here in New York, and also with us is Bloomberg News deputy team leader and senior reporter for global aviation. He's here in studio. Sid Phillip is joining us here. Hey, Matt, I want to start with you. Tell us what's going on here in terms of why we seem to be having a problem with flying around America. Some different things going on, but most notable what we saw at Newark recently.
Yeah, it's really an issue here, Carol. And what we wanted to try to do with our story is sort of, you've heard the news, you've heard about the radar outages. We all remember the deadly crash back in January as well. But what this really speaks to is a nationwide shortage of the air traffic controllers who keep these planes in the air. And while the focus is very much on Newark right now, this is a nationwide problem, and this is a problem that has been getting worse, or really certainly has not been addressed in recent years. Multiple administrations have tried to fix this and have been unable to. Of course, now they're just sort of blaming each other between Transportation Secretary Duffy blaming Buttigieg and Buttigieg firing back. But let's remember, there's no such thing as a Democratic or a Republican pothole, as people say. So this is, there's blame to be spread here. And what we really tried to get at is we tried to better understand the job of these air traffic controllers. Who takes these jobs? How long does it take to train up? How much should they get paid? It is a really, really fascinating occupation.
Yeah, Sid, come on in on this. And I want to get your view on what exactly goes on in those control towers, because as you and the team wrote in the piece, it's a select group of folks who can make six figures. They don't need a college degree, but they've got to be out of there in their mid-50s too.
Yeah, and so it's a very sort of short career where you sort of have this really fast-paced environment where you're directing 10, 12 planes at one go, and you're telling them where they should be. You need to be able to think in 3D. You need to make decisions really quickly, and that's the sort of mindset that it takes. I mean, so anyone off the street can't just walk in. You have extensive training, so the entire process, you have 6 months of training at the academy in Oklahoma City, but then you have years of training out in the field where you're actually going to be placed. And you don't actually get to direct planes by yourself until you're actually fully trained and certified. And that's when the big paycheck comes as well.
Those paychecks can be as much as like $200,000. It doesn't necessarily start out. Sid, let me just follow up here. So the guys in Newark, and I feel like, let's just make sure everybody understands what happened. It wasn't just they were worn out. Systems broke down.
Exactly. And so in Newark, we had a situation where the previous administration decided to move the facility that handles Newark air traffic from Long Island to Philadelphia. And the idea behind that was to sort of try and reduce costs, because a lower cost of living location that might be able to attract more talent and sort of deal with the shortage of controllers in the facility. and also allow New York, which handles JFK and handles LaGuardia, to expand as well. And so that was the sort of general thinking behind that move to Long Island, from Long Island to Philadelphia. Unfortunately, they've lost even more people in the move. So they've gone from 33 to 22. And they say that they have a pipeline of people in training. The FAA says that they have a pipeline of people in training at the moment. But at the same time, they can't really handle the traffic that's actually coming in and going out of that airport. And so you have issues when, especially when you're relying on ancient technology, which breaks down. Suddenly you're left blind and you're understaffed. So your workers are already working really hard.
Hey, Matt, come on back in here, because Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, is trying now to recruit and to attract, to get this bottleneck fixed. What is he doing? What's the administration doing? And can they pull it off?
Well, some of the things they're doing are trying to get more people into the funnel, into the pipeline, by offering $5,000 bonuses if you complete your academy training. And they're also trying to keep people from retiring, because you can retire after 20 years. So you can certainly retire well before the mandatory age of 56. So they're sweetening the pot a little bit, hoping to give them some money to stick around after they were eligible for retirement. But what's interesting is, of course, those moves have rubbed some long-tenured controllers the wrong way. They're saying, my goodness, we're working our butts off here 6 days a week, working mandatory overtime to keep all these planes in the air in understaffed facilities, and here you are giving $5,000 to somebody who just got out of the academy. What about us? So, it seems like no matter what they're doing here, it's, not everybody is happy. There's also discussion of raising the retirement age. There's talk of cutting some of the retirement benefits in the federal reconciliation package. So every move they seem to make, they are trying to make this a more attractive occupation. They're trying to reduce some of the bottlenecks in the academy as well. But looking at message boards and talking to the controllers that we have been doing over the past few days, again, this is a problem that's not going to get fixed overnight.
I gotta say, gotta freak out a little bit from someone who uses Newark a lot. Tim, you included.
Not anymore. I've told you, not anymore.
Newark should ideally have almost 50 controllers handling its traffic, according to existing personnel. You guys reported this out. That says to me, Sid, they have like half?
They have half, and half of them are fully qualified. So essentially, there are people in training, there are people who are sort of working the shifts, but they don't have half as many staff as they should be having in terms of fully qualified staff. And that means that people have to double up on workstations. They have to sort of have fewer controllers handling traffic, which means they have to hold back traffic. And so that's what one of the tomorrow, the airlines are meeting with the FAA and DOT to decide that, and they're trying to reduce the number of flights into Newark this summer.
Sid, what about when it comes to technology? Just 30 seconds on this. It seems like the type of thing that tech could fix, but the tech is very old.
The tech's very old. You have lots of technology that's sort of in the entire ecosystem. So you have technology from the 1970s, 1950s, 1960s. And so some of that technology breaks down really quickly, and it's really hard to fix. And I mean, the outage in Newark was about a copper wire that basically broke down the radar and radio lines, and that the redundancy on that and the fiber optic capability is not yet there.
So it's about a broken wire, man. Yeah. No, it's something as simple, but it's dramatic. Hey, Matt, just got about 30, 40 seconds here. I am just curious, if it was a Democrat in the White House, would we still be talking about this? Is DOGE part of the problem? No, it's just a case of.
There's been.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. To their first question, this isn't going to get fixed overnight. As I said, a Democrat or Republican in there, this is something that's going to take time and years and investment and a real commitment. And it seems like every time they try to do something, there's a federal government shutdown or COVID hits. So things keep, it's sort of one step forward, two steps back here, and they need to be taking more steps forward.
It's not like you have a heavy thing up in the air that's flying and.
You couldn't pay me. Let's just say I'm not cut out for this job.
Have you ever seen those maps? How many planes are in major metropolitan areas?
Yeah, I have an app that does that, and I'm like, I prefer to look at the app and not be the one who's doing the controlling.
Matt Boyle, Sid Phillip, thank you guys so much. You can read the full story more from the Bloomberg Big Take on the Bloomberg Terminal at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Great story. Check it out. Coming up next, Stocks on the Move.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're just coming up on about 60 minutes left in today's trading session, almost there. And as you know, we've got a rally underway. We're up about 50 points on the S&P 500. That's good for a gain of just shy of 0.9%. NASDAQ 100 really leading the way, up about 1.6%, a gain of about 344 points. And both of those averages pretty much staying near their best levels of the session. Different story for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. We're going to get into some of that because we know there's a big drag, certainly, on the Dow today.
I'm Tim Stenevec, along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us, we've got Bloomberg News Equities reporter Nora Melinda. Nora, United Health making big moves today. What's going on?
100%. Of course, this has been a name that everyone's really been focused on today, and that's after a CEO swap. And so we had Andrew Whitty. He's resigning for quote-unquote personal reasons, and he'll be replaced by Stephen Hemsley, who's actually a former CEO and chairman of the company. But of course, this company has really been riddled with a lot of uncertainty. We've got investors that were really looking at this as a safe bet and a safe company to invest in, but the company suspended its guidance. Of course, we know it has been in the news earlier this year. A few weeks ago, it cut its annual guide. Just lots going on here, especially when you compare it to its competitors like Elevance and Humana. They didn't report these same types of challenges that we're seeing in health. And now people are kind of looking to look at the CFO and see, you know, is he going to be out as well?
It's been it's just having a rough time.
I mean, go back to December.
Yeah.
It's been a big challenge for
38% is the loss that we're seeing so far year to date.
And we don't know exactly what happened here, do we?
No, personal reasons.
I always love personal reasons. Can mean so much.
Yeah,
I mean, it can mean
eyebrows raised. We don't know.
Well, but it could also be like family.
It could be anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
But it's been certainly having a tough time for a while, so we'll wait to see. To be continued. First Solar, I have to say, this is definitely on my radar as well.
Okay. Well, this is the best performer in the S&P 500 right now. We're seeing the stock rallying more than 20%, up as much as 23% today. That's the best day that we're seeing on an intraday basis since May of 2023. Now, this is after JP Morgan analyst Mark Strauss. He said that the U.S. budget reconciliation bill is better than the more bullish end of investor expectations for solar, wind, and geothermal firms. So we're seeing a lot of Wall Street kind of coming behind the stock. We're seeing Wolf that actually upgraded the name to outperform. And, you know, when we look on a year-to-date scale, shares are up about 6%, but I mean, this is a really great day for the stock here.
Can I just say, because I'm a little obsessed with this name, because I kind of like Alter Energy, but First Solar in the last 5 days is up almost 50%.
Wow.
50.
Oh, it's crazy.
I mean,
on a tear.
Super tear. I'm just trying to see in terms of the short position if people are getting, it's about 11% of the float, but nonetheless, man, on a tear in a big way.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to go to Simon Property Group.
Yes.
Why is that one on your list
So
today?
this is one of the names in my coverage, I know, being biased here, but Simon Property Group is actually a retail.
It just means it's on your radar all the time.
On my radar all the time, especially as we're looking through earnings. But this is a retail REIT here, so they own a lot of malls, regional shopping centers. They're based in Indianapolis, Indiana, but they have a market cap of about $52.9 billion. But we're looking at this company because it is one of the names that is in the red today, and that's after its first quarter results that it reported. It maintained its annual FFO, which is a really big metric for REITs more generally, but it's saying that it expects results to trend towards the middle of the range, and they're quoting current macro and tariff uncertainty. We've got a lot of analysts coming out just essentially saying that they don't know what's going on with the consumer, what's going on with retailers in the event that all of these tariff concerns end up trickling out in a different way.
FFO, funds from operation, it's a key metric for REITs, right?
100%.
In terms of its operation. So yeah, interesting stat, yeah.
You do it all, but you have a focus on real estate?
Yes, real estate. I cover REITs, residential real estate. I also cover aerospace and defense. So I've got my eyes in a lot of places.
Nora Melinda, she does it all.
She does it all. Listen, and I love the REIT space and the real estate space, and they've got to be keeping an eye on certainly interest rates at this point as well.
Always.
All right, good stuff as always.
Nora Melinda is Bloomberg News Equities reporter. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
All right, folks, we're coming up on the 3 o'clock hour. And again, we've got a rally underway. Certainly, if you look at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, as we said, the NASDAQ 100 really leading the way on a percentage basis, up about 1.7%.
Hey, and Nora mentioned United Health. We're going to be speaking with John Tozzi at the top of our hour, next hour. really to get an understanding of what the stress the company has been under, shareholders as well, the challenges it faces. We're actually seeing some other stocks like CVS down on that guidance withdrawal as well. They didn't have the executive news that UNH did.
No, it's a
but
good, right.
We're going to be speaking to John in just a minute about that.
There's a lot going on because I feel like so often the health insurers, everybody's like, this is a great space. It's where you go when there's times of turmoil and so on and so forth. But we'll dig into this one and their case specifically. We're also going to talk about the crypto space and Coinbase in particular. Again, when I had to pick gainers, I went to Coinbase. Was
this one of your gainers?
It is indeed, because it's being added to the S&P 500 index before trading up. It's on May 19th.
25% move higher as we speak.
But I feel like crypto in general is like all of a sudden kind of getting its day in the sun. All of them, you know what I mean? So kind of talk about some of what's going on. There's also a great story about why a growing number of U.S. communities are addicted to ICE. And by that, we mean immigration and customs enforcement. This is a story. This is kind of a slice of America. We'll get into that over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, that's coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. If you were sticking around on Bloomberg Television, the close is up next. We're continuing on Bloomberg Radio with Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump in Saudi Arabia spoke today about a very different Middle East.
Forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that.
Trump said he will lift sanctions on Syria's new leaders and pushed Iran to reach a nuclear deal. A better-than-expected economic report out today shows inflation cooled for the third straight month in April. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
The lowest annual number that we have seen since February 2021, and this follows a number of months where inflation has cooled. It still means that prices are rising. They're just not rising as quickly as they were.
The small increase may have been due to tariffs, and that's the beginning of a trend analysts expect to see more of. On Wall Street, the Dow is off 171 points. In Los Angeles, a resentencing hearing is underway for the Menendez brothers, convicted of killing their wealthy parents at their Beverly Hills home in 1989. Matt Piper reports.
Attorneys for Eric and Lyle Menendez are expected to argue over the course of the two-day hearing that the brothers have been rehabilitated in prison and that they have the support of their extended family. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Our position is not no, or it's not never, it's not yet. And the reason we said that is that the Menendez brothers have failed to come clean with the full extent of their criminal conduct.
In New York, R&B singer Cassie took the witness stand in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Katrina Kaufman is covering.
She has started to testify about the abusiveness in their relationship and the sexual proclivities that he introduced her to, like voyeurism and something that he called freak-offs, where she would get male escorts or he would get male escorts, and they would engage in sex acts for anything from hours to days.
Prosecutors say Combs used his status as a music mogul to coerce women into abusive sexual encounters. In Paris, Kim Kardashian took the stand in the trial of several men accused of tying her up and stealing her jewelry at gunpoint. CBS's Haley Ott.
These thieves are called the grandpa robbers by the French press because they're mainly in their 60s and 70s. One of the accused has died in the time since the robbery.
That was 9 years ago. Kardashian was in Paris at the time for Fashion Week. This is CBS News. Who do you turn to with questions about finances? CBS's Steve Kathan reports on a new poll with some answers.
A new Gallup poll finds 43% seek out financial advice from friends and family. 41% use financial advisors and planners. 32% lean on banks and credit unions. The poll finds 20% look to podcasts, books, or social media. Just 12% investigate government resources. Gallup says young adults report a greater reliance on friends and family and digital sources than on financial advisors. The opposite is true of older adults and seniors. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
The latest economic report shows retail egg prices are falling. The average price nationwide in April, about $5.12 a dozen. They reached a record high in March at $6.23. Bird flu continues to have an impact. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, and that is Carol Massar. I told you.
What?
We haven't been back together in a long time, so we're a little off.
We're both like eager.
Eager. Go ahead, Carol Massar.
No, it's okay. Listen, we're about 55 minutes away from the close. We're holding on to our gains. We've been high pretty much up on the S&P and the Dow all day. It looks like, I was just looking at the S&P 500. We've erased our gains for the year. We're up about 1/3 of 1%.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing to erase those losses from what happened in April.
Nothing's happened at all.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Hey, one stock that is not higher today is United Health Group. It's down as much as 18% at one point today. John Tozzi is going to be with us with the details in just a minute.
You want to know why the Dow is down 169 points? Well, just ask United Health. So we're going to talk about that. Also, Bitcoin, though, on the other side, close to all-time highs. A crypto roundtable on all things, including, yes, that Trump coin dinner. Were you at it?
It hasn't happened yet.
Oh, that's right.
But I'm not going to go.
Did you buy so you could go?
I did not.
Okay.
Did not buy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's going to be a question, I think, I'm pointed.
You think so? The new news quiz, check it out, Bloomberg.com/pointed. Also, why a growing number of U.S. communities are addicted to ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. We're talking about Rachel Adams Hurd is going to be joining us a little later in our program.
It's a slice of life in America, to be sure. All right, first up, let's get a check on that rally, except for the Dow. Let's turn things over to Charlie Bell.
All right, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. You mentioned Bitcoin up 1.5% right now. You also mentioned United Health down 17.8%. Weighing on the Dow, Dow Industrials now lower by 169, drop there of 0.4%. Your S&P 500 index up 58, up 1%. Year to date in the YTD column on your WEI screen, we have got the S&P up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ pushing higher by 345, up 1.8%. NASDAQ 100 index up 1.8%, also back in the green for this year, up by 1.1%. 10-year 4.50% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 4.01%. And spot gold now trading higher by 0.4%. Right now, gold is at $32.49 the ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.9%, $63.73 per barrel of WTI. NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices will supply semiconductors to Saudi Arabian AI company Humane for a massive data center project that is worth $10 billion. Right now, shares of NVIDIA are gaining by 6.1%. AMD up by 4.2%. The NBA has yet another team on the market, with the Portland Trailblazers being put up for sale by the estate of Paul Allen, the co-founder of Microsoft. Again, recapping, S&P up 57, up now by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to go well in on United Health Group. Shares just sinking down to its lowest going back to November of 2020. This as the company unexpectedly replaced its CEO and suspended earnings guidance, raising increasing concerns over how the company, once regarded as a safe bet by investors, has got its cost predictions so wrong. Interestingly enough, we're also seeing shares of CVS down about 6% in sympathy in addition to other companies as well. Here to get us up to speed on the company is Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John Tozzi. He joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Hey, guys.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I think it goes, when you walked in, I said, it's remarkable to see shares of this company down as much as 18%. And you said, just look at that year to date. And it's even worse. What's happened with United Health Group?
Yeah, so rewind just about a month ago at their first quarter earnings report, and they missed earnings for the first time in more than a decade, and they lowered the guidance that they had given in December and affirmed just in January on basically unexpected medical costs. They found that people, particularly in their Medicare Advantage health plans, which is a huge business for them, were needing more medical care than they anticipated. That means their pricing was out of whack. So that was squeezing profits. So a company like this basically never misses and never guides down. So they missed and they guided down. And then just a month later, they pulled their guidance entirely and they replaced their CEO with the former CEO and chairman, Stephen Hemsley, who had been running the business for about 10 years before stepping back in, I think, 2017.
So many questions. First of all, Medicare Advantage, that's the additional health care
That's a private version of Medicare for seniors and people with disabilities. So if you don't want to get your Medicare benefits from the government, you can get them through United Healthcare or Aetna or Humana, a big company like that.
But supplemental to Medicare?
No, that's your entire benefit, right?
Okay.
And they're basically getting a premium from the U.S. government to cover all of your medical care. So they are essentially taking the insurance risk from the government, so trying to anticipate how much medical costs will be. If they anticipate that correctly, they make money. If they don't, they don't.
So, John, are they just bad at estimating, or is it a case people are living longer and, I don't know, what's going on that they got it so wrong? And did other health insurers in similar situations get it wrong?
Yeah, so that's the big question for investors right now. I think, when they were the first to report earnings in April, and everybody thought, oh, this means trouble for the whole group. But then we saw earnings from Elevance, CVS Health, Humana, who weren't largely seeing the same trends that United called out. So those insurers actually seem to have different experience or have priced their benefits differently. But you can see today in the market with the shares of all those companies dropping significantly, investors are at least concerned that the trends United is seeing may be broader. We just don't know at this point.
Can any of this be connected to the tragedy in December? Not in terms of the guidance, but in terms of executive shuffle or in terms of the way that this company is viewed by the public?
I mean, I think if you can just look at what's happened to this company in the last year or year and a half, and it's been a really unprecedented series of events. They had a catastrophic hack and data breach in starting early last year. They've had reported investigations from the Department of Justice, then the tragic murder of a top executive. So, I don't, how all that relates to the business, I'm not really here to opine on, but I mean, it's certainly been.
It's a series of events that have culminated in this moment.
Yeah, and I mean, the company is facing a lot of pressures and questions for investors, and the murder, I think, put them in the public eye in a way, that hasn't been, that they hadn't been before that.
All right, we're talking with Bloomberg News healthcare reporter John Tozzi in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, talking about United Health. As we've said, it's the biggest decliner in the S&P 500, stock down about 16%. But again, year to date, this stock has just been under so much pressure. John, when you look at a company like this, ultimately we've had these conversations when so many things go wrong, we say the buck stops at the CEO. Is that fair to say in terms of management at the top was lacking, or again, is it other factors at play potentially?
I mean, listen, the company said that the outgoing CEO, Andrew Witte, stepped down for personal reasons.
Which can mean so many different things.
Yes. He's being replaced by the chairman and former CEO. And I think investors are hoping that, the new management will be able to turn things around. Where the accountability for the mistakes that led them to this is, whether that's with the former CEO or other managers or with the chair, I don't know, but it certainly certainly seems like they're trying to reassure the street.
I should know the answer to this, so forgive me, but did they do a call with the analyst and investor community?
They did a brief call this morning, and one of the things we heard from the chair and CEO Hemsley is he thinks that United has the right strategy and the right set of assets, that their kind of approach that made them a lot of money and delivered a lot of growth for many years is the right one, and that they need to fix sort of execution, that's where the fault lies. Now, sort of how you separate strategy from execution is, an open question.
Execution is a word I hate when I hear it from the C-suite. Just no offense. It's like, I know it really means something, but I just feel like it's thrown out there. Obviously, it's all on execution.
Right. But I think the big message is that they're not changing direction.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hey,
Can I not get on my soapbox every once in a while?
Carol Master Unfiltered. I like it. John, before we let you go, we did mention that CVS shares were lower. We also saw Elevance Health fall, Humana fall as well. These in sympathy. These are competitors when it comes to the Medicare Advantage part of the plans.
Yeah, and other insurance plans.
Are they being affected in the same way? Or do we know based on recent results or what they've reported that they're doing something different so they won't be as affected by this?
Yeah, so this is a big question, and it all comes down to like how you priced your benefits and how well that pricing kind of anticipated what medical costs will be. Based on the first quarter results, it seems like the issues were isolated to United Health. There have been instances in the past, though, where United Health picks up on these kinds of trends before, other companies, various reasons for that. So I think that is,
interesting.
I think also investors are just, have been surprised by this company a number of times in the past 2 years, and some of them are just ready to say, I want to be out of the sector until things settle down.
So it's like, is it the canary in the coal mine for the industry, or is it just something company specific at this point?
Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Hey, before you go, and while we have you, we definitely did see some of the middlemen in the pharmaceutical space. As we've seen, the House Republicans reviving a set of policies that would change how prescription drug middlemen do business. It was considered last year. It didn't pass, but I do feel like the president, too, is focusing on this. Yep. What are you watching? What should we be watching as citizens and as investors?
Yeah, so
and you got about 45, 50 seconds. Go.
Yeah, 45 seconds for PBM reform. Great.
He spent his entire career doing this, Carol.
It's a tough one.
We saw shares of Cigna and CVS Health, two of the largest operators of pharmacy benefit managers, down yesterday on remarks from the president, who said that the administration is going to cut out the middlemen.
Right.
He had said this before. There are some modest PBM reforms in the House budget package. Analysts have basically called them not material, but it is still kind of more scrutiny and pressure on the sector. So we'll see what happens.
We've been talking about, right, high drug prices or differences, gaps between what folks pay in other countries versus us. So do you expect that there's going to be any real change? Just quickly.
Drug makers were up yesterday on the president's executive order. So that tells you maybe what you need to know about how investors view it anyway, in terms of its impact on pharma. So
if it was easy, it would have been done already, right? To some extent.
But yeah, and I'm happy to come back for 45 minutes on PBM reform someday.
You will come back. John Tozzi, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. We've got the Dow and the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing right now. S&P 500 index got to begin with the YTD column. Year to date, we're looking at an index that is now higher by 0.3%. Today, the S&P up by 1%. CPI Tuesday, the S&P up 56. NASDAQ up 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index also up 1.8%. Year to date, that index is up by 1.1%. The 10-year 4.49%, with the 2-year 4.01%. Gold up 0.4%. 32.48 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.9%. 63.73 a barrel on WTI. So stocks are gaining today. Right now, again, the S&P 500 index pushing higher. It is up by just about 1%. One notable exception, and that is Hertz. Hertz Global Holdings plunging after the car rental company posted a larger than expected loss in the first quarter, pressured by a slowdown in customer bookings. And shares of Hertz Global down right now by 17.1%. Keeping an eye on crypto, we've got Bitcoin up by 1.6%. A whole lot more on the crypto world coming up in just a moment. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's like he knew we were going to do crypto next.
Charlie knows all.
He does know all, even though I'm like talking over things and like, hey, Charlie,
despite everything
what
you're
do
trying,
you think?
despite everything you try to do, he's always on.
To distract him, man, this is a guy you want flying planes and stuff because, man, he's spot on.
That is true. He
No,
could be
serious, yeah.
He could be an air traffic controller.
He does like planes, I hear.
He does.
Okay.
Hey, speaking of crypto, Robinhood has agreed to buy the crypto platform operator WonderFi. Morgan Stanley's digital asset markets head is leaving the bank to start his own crypto and digital asset investment fund. And the trading tech firm is also, he's leaving to do that too. And Bitcoin is close to an all-time high. Also, the president is hosting that crypto dinner.
And
where's your invitation?
Coinbase?
Oh, yeah, being added to the S&P 500. What is it, up 25% as we speak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, crypto.
Well, that's where I wanted to start
We
with
should be
our
going,
roundtable.
right? Having its moment.
Mike Regan is Bloomberg News senior editor and crypto digital payments team leader. And Anthony Cormier is Bloomberg News investigations reporter. They both join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Mike, that's where I want to start with you, with Coinbase being added.
Yeah, quite a share pop after that announcement. I mean, you know, in some ways it was sort of inevitable that Coinbase would get added to the S&P 500. If you look at its market cap before the announcement, something like $53 billion. I mean, that's puts it in the top half of S&P 500 stocks by market value. I think what kept it out for a while is that Coinbase's earnings can be very volatile. Post a loss some quarters, big profit some quarters, smaller profit the other quarter. So one of the S&P 500 criterium, I guess is the word, is consistent profitability. You know, they want them to be profitable in the last quarter, and they want the trailing 4 quarters to be profitable for a company. So, you know, there is sort of this rumblings you hear that they got snubbed in the last S&P 500 reconstitution, but I think it was more likely, and we never hear exactly what the S&P committee, how they make their decision, but I think they were probably more worried about that earnings volatility than anything else. You know, that said, it is obviously a much friendlier regulatory environment for Coinbase. So a lot of those questions about the case with the SEC have sort of been washed away.
Great, yeah. Speaking of the friendlier regulatory environment, that was the segue I wanted to use.
Well, go.
Okay, well, speaking of the friendlier regulatory environment, I want to bring in Anthony Cormier because he's been doing some reporting around the Trump meme coin, the top Trump crypto buyers who've been vying for dinner seats. This dinner is happening supposedly on May 22nd. You and the team dug into the wallets, did some digging, found some details about who these folks are, and it's actually not very clear.
No, we know less now than when we started.
But you did find out a lot.
We did go hand by hand. We one by one through the 20
Wait,
leaders.
lack of transparency on someone who's doing something in the crypto world? Holy moly!
Well, just to set it up, this is the dinner that is happening on May 22nd. It's going to be with the president at his Virginia Golf Club. Yep. And the top holders of his meme coin over a certain period of time would gain access to the dinner.
Top 25 get to meet him in person, get a special VIP tour. 220 get to have dinner with him in Sterling, Virginia. And as you said earlier, it is quite difficult to know who or what are behind some of these wallets. So we went one by one and learned what we could, and that was that more than half of them are likely foreign. 6 of the top 25 are almost certainly acquired their shares from an exchange that doesn't allow Americans to acquire them. And before I walked in this room, I was going through Twitter looking for all of the people who have posted their invites online to see what we could learn.
What's the law on that? And the reason I bring that up is I think about all of us who go through training, who work at U.S. companies. We go through extensive training about who you do business with. If you're, a business deal, a contractor, you've got to know exactly who they are, where the money's coming from. And if there's any questions, you don't do it.
Banks do KYC all the time. They know your customer stuff. There's anti-money laundering programs. Now, in fairness to the president and the meme coin operators, they are saying that you have to go through certain steps. We don't know what those steps are, right? In order to get to this dinner, that we don't know what, to quote, KYC watch list you have to avoid to be in this dinner. All of those questions we've posed to the White House, they've thus far refused to answer.
Mike, how are you looking at this as somebody who's covered markets for years? You're now heading up you're senior editor, and you're also heading up the crypto team. There's this idea now that the idea of appearance of conflict of interest, has kind of been thrown out the window at this point. It's a question that I asked Eric Trump about when I interviewed him a few weeks ago. And he basically said, you don't have to worry about this. I never talked to my dad about crypto and crypto policy. But the president does have a hand. He makes money when certain things happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess gobsmacked is the word I would have, in just how brazen it really is. And some of the prominent Democrats are screaming from the hilltops, Elizabeth Warren and others, not only about this, but World Liberty Financial, Trump's other crypto project, introduced a stable coin, a crypto token that's pegged to the dollar. It was just used in a $2 billion equity stake from a Dubai fund into Binance, which, if you recall, was the crypto exchange that just 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago, settled some very major charges with the U.S. Justice Department about basically not having an not having that KYC program in place that Anthony's talking about, or an anti-money laundering system in place, or at least not a robust enough one to catch what the government alleged was, terrorists and all sorts of criminals using that exchange to launder money. So, it's just shocking to see that, what you thought were sort of checks and balances in the government don't really matter if the controlling party is on board with the president and willing to give him this type of latitude.
Where's the financial community? And I bring that coming just off of Milken out on the West Coast. There are everybody and anybody in terms of the financial might globally, certainly in the United States, trillions of dollars, right, worth of capital, assets under management. In the past, crypto has been a topic. But I got to tell you, we talked infrastructure, we talked supply chains, we talked tariffs, we talked private markets, and we talked democratization of things like private credit. I think we had one interview with someone who's definitely into crypto in a big way, but it wasn't a big thing. So where is the financial might and the folks on Wall Street and the big investors? Because who's doing all the activity? Why is crypto, is it just the White House?
No, if you look at especially the SPAC deals being priced recently and being announced, Cantor Fitzgerald, one of their SPACs is teaming up to create basically a company whose main purpose is just to buy Bitcoin and keep it on its balance
Nothing
sheet.
can go wrong with the SPAC.
Right, exactly.
I'm just saying, I know there's ETFs and so on and so forth, but I'm just trying to get an idea of the buy-in. Where it's all coming from.
I couldn't speak to institutionals, but doesn't Coinbase now making the S&P, doesn't that expose my 401k to crypto for the first time. I mean, I think that's a really interesting sort of context right here, where there's it feels like a pivotal moment, right? If I'm a consumer and I don't want to take that risk, now all of a sudden I don't
have a choice.
I don't have a choice, right? Exactly. I think that's really a kind of key moment, right?
I agree with you. I looked at it like that as well. Anthony, I want to go back to this idea of the dinner next week, because with the digging that you did into these wallets and you had them, you looked at different exchanges, you tried to identify folks. You said as you were walking in here today, you're actually looking on Twitter to see who's posted invitations. What have you found that's not in this piece? Like, what have you reported on over the last few days, and what have you seen?
Well, we're trying to figure out who is going to actually do the vetting of these people, and we're really keen to know whether this is happening on the Trump private end or the Secret Service end. I think it's a really vital question. The Secret Service is going to have a much different standard potentially than the White House.
Well, when you say vetting perspective, do you mean from a safety perspective, the background checks? I mean, getting physically close to the president, especially somebody who's been the target of not one but two assassination attempts over the last year, I would imagine the Secret Service is very, very serious about keeping him protected.
You would think so, but I think the real concern is going to be on the anti-money laundering front, right? Like, how much can you know about some of the operators who have bought their way into a personal meeting with the president? And I don't believe the Secret Service has the kind of tools that someone like FinCEN would in order to understand who's a bad actor and who's not. So I'm curious to know quite a bit more about that.
Yeah, I've seen one of the invitations to the event, and they are, you're going to get searched. Your vehicle's going to get searched. So I'm sure, what is under the control of the Secret Service, to your point, is, they're going to do their best to protect the president. But you're right, though. It's hard.
But the vetting often starts. I mean, I've gone to the White House, and they needed stuff up front before I even stepped on ground. So, like, you do wonder about what kind of real vetting can they do before they even walk in?
When I reported on the first Trump administration, I had to send my Social Security number to the White House, perhaps to the Secret Service, before I even went to the White House.
Yeah. We don't know if that's the case.
Wow.
We truly don't know.
So, Mike, I love what Anthony said about, okay, guys, democratization, y'all now own some crypto, whether you like it or not. Like, that is an important turning point and kind of legitimate turning point, if you will, it feels like, for crypto.
Yeah, definitely.
Or TBD to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, one of a series of sort of events that have further legitimized and brought it more mainstream. I won't comment on whether or not that's a great idea for all of our 401ks, but it like it or not, here it is. Coinbase is not only a respectable company, a top, they're in the top half of market cap in the S&P 500. And I don't think, it's not the beginning of the crypto exposure for sure in sort of passive index funds. Tesla owns some crypto. If you look at MicroStrategy, which is one of these companies that a lot of these SPACs are just trying to emulate, that is already in the NASDAQ 100. So if you own that QQQ index, you own a chunk of that too.
There are a lot of companies that have been out there that have had some really big market caps that have gotten, I don't know, I guess time will tell on all of this.
Yeah.
But we'll wait. Mike Regan, Anthony Cormier, thank you guys so much. What a great chat. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing. S&P back in the green for the year-to-date column. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. And here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are trading mixed as United Health Group sends the Dow lower. The Dow's currently down 122 points. S&Ps are higher by 1%, while NASDAQ climbs by 350 points. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.5%. Gold and oil are in the green, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 2%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and energy. Healthcare was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and Caterpillar, while United Health Group fell 18% after suspending its outlook and led to the downside. In the chip space, NVIDIA rose 6%. The company is sending 18,000 chips to Saudi Arabia for data centers. And in the crypto space, Coinbase jumped 25% on news it's going into the S&P 500. Wrapping things up, Palantir rose 10% to a new all-time high. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type squawk SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok, everybody. 18 minutes to go.
TikTok.
18 minutes. What can happen in 18 minutes? You know that?
How was yesterday?
How was just? Oh my God! I wish you were here because, well, first of all, we miss you. Both Matt and I missed you. We're like, let's just bring it. Let's just do it like the three of us.
That'd be fun.
It was quite a rally.
I bet.
But it was boring.
Really?
Everybody who came in and we talked to,
They're just like, this is what happens?
this was a boring rally.
Okay.
There was volume, but it was kind of boring.
Okay.
Which makes you kind of wonder, I don't know.
So we're back to where we were January 1st.
Yeah, but it was just, I don't think everybody was like, okay, this is it. All in, everybody. I know there's a lot of estimates changing on Wall Street and so on and so forth, but that was kind of the feeling.
Okay. Thanks for the update.
Boring.
I am read in now. Fully read in.
That will not be a question unpointed.
Quiz.
All right, let's get to it. Time for the drive to the close. Karen Vera Perry is with us. She's managing director, head of iShares U.S. fixed income strategy over at BlackRock, joining us from San Francisco. Karen, good to have you here with us. BlackRock, you guys see so much. World's largest asset manager, 11.6 trillion and counting assets under management. How are you?
I'm doing great today. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you here. We did have a bounce back yesterday, but I am curious. You guys see so much in terms of flows and where investors want to put either new money, move money around. How would you describe kind of the bounce back we have and where investor flows are going and what it says to you about investor sentiment, which has been rather nervous over the last month?
Yeah, I mean, we love watching bond market trends through the lens of exchange-traded funds. So when we look at the ETFs, we get a great view on what's going on. A lot of investors are still just waiting and seeing. They're still sitting in cash. We actually have our short duration treasury ETFs have seen the most flow year to date at $17 billion. So I think investors are being really cautious. People like these rallies where we're getting back to levels we were earlier in the year. But we're seeing people kind of waiting and seeing both on the stock and bond side. They're sitting in cash. They don't want to take on too much duration in their bond portfolios. And then they're a little bit nervous sometimes about, entering these rallies a little bit too early.
So let me just clarify. So among the fixed income universe year to date, where you're seeing the most money move in is in your short duration fixed income ETF, about $17 billion.
That's right. And then across the industry, about a third of all ETF flows are going to short duration vehicles. So we're still seeing that as a trend, not just with us, but within other vehicles across the industry.
How are you looking in terms of like competition with money markets in those short duration vehicles?
No, that's a great question. We do see people wanting to diversify out their cash. We actually launched two different fixed income ETFs that are actually money market funds. They meet the 2A7 requirements. We have a prime fund, PMMF, and a government fund, GMMF. And I think for a lot of people, they like money market funds. They like the stability that they offer, but they also want that intraday and exchange traded liquidity. So I think that that's been a big trend where people are looking at their money market funds. They want the yields to be competitive. But in some cases in their brokerage account, if they want a little bit more yield, they might turn to maybe a short duration treasury ETF or even one that has some credit risk associated with it.
How much time are people spending in these assets? And then when they do take their money out, what do you know about where it goes?
I would say on average, people are spending 6 months or more inside some of these assets. And then when they're taking out, I think people are really getting their asset allocation back on track. Kind of coming into 2024, we saw so many people that were overweight equities, underweight bonds, and overweight cash. So I think if anything, some of those cash underweights have been taken down a little bit. With equities off, we saw some rebalancing back into equities. But I think overall people are really holding tight, and they want to see a little bit more clarification about where things are going until they really fully move into markets. So that's going to be a big trend that we're seeing is when money comes off the sidelines, we'll see that being a big catalyst for both bond and stock markets.
So I am curious, Karen, are you looking for some kind of full market capitulation or full investor market capitulation? And if we are, have we seen it?
I don't think we've seen it yet. I think people are definitely on just channeling Jerome Powell's energy from the press conference last week. People are waiting. So I think they're looking for when is the Fed actually going to cut? And just looking at the Fed funds futures today, the first cut could be as late as October, and the market's now only pricing in 2 cuts this year. So I think it used to be a pretty easy playbook where you'd look and say, oh, the Fed's cutting, I'm going to add to my bonds, add to bond portfolio, take duration out. But I think because we keep waiting and pushing out that first cut, that's really going to be a big catalyst for people coming back to the bond market, maybe feeling a little bit better about the stock market, because that also means inflation is under control. So I think that Fed first cut is going to be, or next cut in the cycle is going to be a big catalyst for that.
The president, just before our program started, put out a post on social media that said, no inflation, the prices of gasoline, energy, groceries, and practically everything else are down. The Fed must lower the rate like Europe and China have done. Is the president right? Should the Fed be lowering rates?
The Fed's been really focused on the data. And I think one of the interesting things about the CPI report is it had some of the impact of some of the tariff policies, but I don't think that's been fully transmitted. So we've seen the hard data, like the CPI print, hasn't really shown what the sentiment is showing out there. So when it's a more survey-based approach that's based on sentiment, we've seen a lot of people being very nervous about inflation going up, small business and CFOs. So I think we're seeing it more manifest itself in the sentiment than in the hard data. And the Fed's really looking at the hard data, and they haven't seen, so even though this inflation print came in a little bit softer, and those categories you mentioned didn't increase, CPI is still running about 2.6% year over year, and the Fed has that mental or that barometer about 2%, trying to get it back down in that range. So they're very comfortable keeping it higher for longer and just waiting it out. So if we did see inflation spike in the next couple prints, it would get pushed out even more, but I think we'd need to see it come down to more that 2% year over year before they would definitively move.
So, Karen, it sounds like you think the Fed is spot on in terms of its monetary policy.
Yeah, I don't think they're making a mistake here. I think that they're being patient, and they want to make sure that they don't move too quickly and then cause some other problems. So I think that's really their primary mandate, and they've toggled back. They have that dual mandate where they focus both on the economy, unemployment, jobs. Then they also are focusing on price stability. And right now, they've really zeroed in on that because unemployment still looks pretty good. The April jobs report was pretty strong. Unemployment rate around 4.2%. So I think that they're just hyper-focused on inflation right now, and it's not fully down to where they want it to be.
Just very briefly, the Fed behind us, that was last week. We got CPI today. We did also get some clarity on trade from over the weekend and yesterday. What's the next catalyst for you? Just 10 seconds.
Let's look at the June Fed meeting. We'll get the dot plot, that summary of economic projections. Look to that. So people are going to be dissecting that and see how the Fed has modeled in the impact of trade on the economy.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, Karen, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Karen Perry, she's head of USI Shares Fixed Income Strategy over at BlackRock, joining us here on this Tuesday from San Francisco. Folks, we're counting you down to the close, just about 10 minutes away. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just under 7 minutes to go. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment and count you down to the closing bell. Having said that, we're just coming off our best levels of the session, a little bit of a leg down, still up about 0.8% on the S&P, good for a gain of about 46 points. And the NASDAQ 100 up still about 1.6%, 333 points to the upside, but down 221 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Was Charlie Pellet able to get a Starbucks today?
Oh, my God, I don't know. Man, I love, he goes into Starbucks and makes up names.
It's the only.
Because he just wants it to be called out.
I wouldn't say he makes them up. I say it's a shtick, you know?
It's a shtick.
Yeah.
Charlie,
and it's like, why
shtick.
say the name Charlie every day when you can, come up with names of Harry Potter characters or whatever Charlie Pellet has been thinking of. Hey, there's Charlie Pellet.
Well,
he's in here right now. He's getting on the mic. He heard his name.
I come running in.
Did you get your Starbucks today?
I did, as a matter of fact. I got one of those big purple and green drinks, and the name that I gave it, I'm on this shtick right now where I'm going for commercially available, popular, over-the-counter dermatological drugs, and that's the name that I give. So you hear the barista calling out Dupoxnet, or you hear them calling out Skyrizi. So, and I've got a whole bunch coming up on my Instagram account like that. So that's the next.
All right, asking you shall receive.
Who's got the latte?
Exactly, but the funny thing is, my local Starbucks, they know me well enough to say, Charlie, is this you? So that explains it.
Well, the reason we're talking about this is because.
Wait, do you get
Go ahead, Carol Massar. picture.
you get videos of it? Like, put it out.
I don't, but I've got the actual cups, and I go for single name pop stars.
Video, pull it up, baby.
You've ever done Madonna?
I've done Madonna, I've done Pitbull,
Adele?
I've done that. I haven't done Adele, but I've done Bruce. You know, we have a little fun with that. And I've done models of Porsches.
Have you done Elvis?
Well, no, I did the Seven Dwarves, though. That's how it all started. and it gets a little esoteric. I do Russian aircraft manufacturers, so you hear them calling out Antonov or Ilyushin.
Have you done Tim Stenovic?
I haven't. You know, we should go for Bloomberg anchors and try it that way. So,
That copy's just going to be sitting there if you do that.
And there's one that I would just call the bow tie, and we'll see if people can figure it out.
I love it. Hey, the reason we're talking about this, yes, there is an actual reason, okay? Hundreds of Starbucks employees have walked off the job since Sunday to protest the company's new dress code. This, according to the union representing baristas, and more strikes are likely in the coming days. These walkouts, Carol, have occurred in more than 50 U.S. stores. Starbucks Workers United said.
Yeah, they don't want to wear, it's solid black tops, new rules on, I guess, the bottoms as well. So they've filed a complaint with the U.S. National Labor Relations Board alleging that the dress code changes violate the law and show the company wasn't negotiating fairly. You know, what's crazy is a lot of places
have dress codes,
especially food places, makeup counters.
Yeah,
a lot of them have dress codes.
Yeah, well, it's not
So
just.
what's going on here?
I think there are a lot of when it comes to if you're required to wear something at work. There have been a lot of pushback in recent years to certain uniforms, certain dress codes. We haven't just seen that with service industry jobs like Starbucks and other fast food, but also airlines because you're required to be up on your feet. You know,
They have those cute little outfits.
Is it comfortable though?
I don't know.
Exactly.
The shoes have definitely changed over the years. They're a lot
the
more
shoes have
comfortable
absolutely changed, yeah.
than they used to be. The dress code also materially differed from a tentative agreement that the two parties had reached during negotiations, according to a copy of the complaint. Starbucks said it would continue to bargain and ensure that differences between what's agreed to in negotiations and what's implemented in stores are addressed, quote, lawfully and fairly.
Starbucks in a statement said that, quote, thousands of workers showed up to work ready to serve customers, adding that the biggest update to the dress code is simple, quote, wear a black shirt, either your own or one we provide.
Yeah.
They also said that the company's focused on providing the best job in retail with a wage and benefits package that averages more than $30 per hour for hourly employees. The company also called on the union to return negotiations in order to, quote, finalize a reasonable
Sounds
contract.
like a back and forth to me.
Yeah, it does.
You know, I'm just saying. Yeah. Fascinating. Yeah, kind of keeping a watch on Starbucks. We know has a new CEO and he's been making changes.
Brian Nichol there
certainly at
since
the stores.
September.
Yep, exactly. So it's certainly one we've been keeping an eye on, and we will continue to do so. Skyrazy. What was the other one?
I can't even name them. I don't even know.
I always love the name of drugs.
He does the Disney movies he's done, which is funny. He doesn't just do the subway announcing.
No, he just does.
He does it all, Charlie Pellet.
Stick around. The closing bell starting right now.
You're on Bloomberg.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Masser in the radio booth, Tim Stenovic filling in today for Matt Miller as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms.
That was good.
Including our partnership with YouTube.
I did call Matt Tim.
Yeah, I haven't seen this guy in a while. I don't know where he's been.
You know, I do get a lot of people who like to write in, their listeners, their viewers. The person who gets in touch every day, Matt Miller.
I'm sure he does.
He's driving
He
home.
listens to us every day. He says this is his favorite show on any platform, any media.
We're not going to let him.
What about his own show?
No, that's what he spends his time
No,
doing.
he doesn't watch his own show. Nobody watches that, do they? What time is his show on? Does
9 to 11.
Oh, I've heard.
Open interest.
Thank you. Thanks for the plug.
I'm there for you, Matt. I'm there for you.
If you're listening.
Don't plug it for him. He plugs
I'm there
it
for
so
you, Matt.
much when he subs on. I'm just going to say. Hey, listen, we are actually in the green on the S&P year to date, guys. Woo-ha.
Uh-oh, cue Alex.
Barely. 1.2%, guys. We're barely there. We rolled over a touch into the close.
Look, I think that's fair to say, and we're still down from those all-time highs that were reached back in February. So, yes, it has been a wild last couple of weeks. But, yeah, like Carol said, pretty much flat on the S&P 500.
Green is green, I'm just going to say.
Green is green for now. Not a whole lot of move in treasuries. So you look at yields, they're just a touch higher, but barely moving. So it's an interesting dichotomy here.
You got the VIX tamped down. I guess that's a good sign. At one point, it was down below 18. It looks like that's where it's going to settle here on the day. Volatility, though, in the bond market, believe it or not, that's actually picked up. So it'd be kind of interesting to see how all of this sort of fits together. Green across the screen. Let me rephrase that. Green on parts of the screen here on this Tuesday afternoon. You can see there on the left, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to close in the red, down about 300 points or about 0.6%. A part of that is the big drag from United Health on the day and some of the other healthcare stocks in that average. The S&P 500, though, is going to close out the day in the green, higher by 0.7%. It's going to close just below that 5,900 level that we have been keeping an eye on, but it is going to close out the day with a year-to-date gain of just about 0.1%. The NASDAQ composite up about 300 points at 1.6%. Similar move for the NASDAQ 100, which is now in the green on a year-to-date basis, and the Russell 2000 getting in on the action, higher by about 0.5% on the day.
S&P up 0.08%, Alex, year to date.
Okay. We made it. A win's a win. I'm just saying.
S&P 500, guys, kind of an even split-ish. 244 names, Scarlett, to the upside in the S&P 500, 257 to the downside.
Yeah, you can kind of see that reflected in the IMAP as well, which is pretty much mixed down the board. But of course, the biggest sectors, which is tech, consumer discretionary, they have the biggest gains. So as a whole, obviously there's a lot more green. Tech up about 2.25%, consumer discretionary gaining 1.4%. Energy also getting a bit of a revival here as oil prices continue to recover. They're up 1.3%. The laggards on the day, healthcare down almost 3% as a group.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers and check it out because some of them kind of hitting significant milestones to some extent. Let's go to Coinbase because its shares, they are up almost 24% here in today's session. We know what the news is.
Round that up. It's 23.97, Carol.
I said 24%. Okay. All right, so a big gain. This company's going to join the S&P 500. That'll happen on May 19th, kind of making it legitimate. I don't know. We had a big conversation about crypto kind of going into its legitimate phase because it just seems that way. S&P 500. Hey, folks, if you're in an index fund, you now will start to own a piece of crypto if you didn't before. Anyway, Coinbase, best day since the presidential election. So that was definitely some outperformance there. Another one, First Solar. I've been looking at the alt energy space in a big way. First Solar, guys, up 22% in the past 5 days. This stock is up about 50%, rounding it up for you, Romaine.
Thank you.
Up about 50% in the past 5 days. So it has been on a tear. This one having its biggest gain in 2 years. A couple things going on. JP Morgan coming out saying the U.S. budget reconciliation bill better than the more bullish end of investor expectations for solar, for wind, and geothermal firms. Also, you had Wolf Research coming out, upgrading the stock to outperform and announcing a $221 a share price target. Stock closing at $191 and change. So really some outperformance. And one more for you, Super Micro. It's up 16% in today's session. Raymond James initiating coverage on the firm with an outperform, saying it has emerged as a market leader in AI-optimized infrastructure. And the analysts also saying Super Micro has positioned itself in a sweet spot between branded IT suppliers such as Dell and contract manufacturers like Quanta. Price target set at 41. They say the share is undervalued. Stock closing at $38.89, so almost $39 a share.
Okay, you had the easy job with the gainers. Certainly, there were some prominent decliners today. I do want to start with United Health Group. Shares dragging the Dow down today. Shares falling 17.8%, closing at the lowest going back to February of 2021. This brings the decline from its record down 50%. The company did fall after it replaced its CEO, Andrew Whitty, with a former CEO, Stephen Hemsley. It also suspended earnings guidance and cited unexpected medical costs and challenges with its Medicare strategy. The company's stock down about 40% so far this year. It also revised its forecast and it raised questions about its ability to anticipate and manage patients' expenses, despite its size and reach. Also, Hertz on my radar today. Shares falling about 17%. This after the company posted a larger than expected loss in the first quarter. It was driven by a slowdown in customer bookings and a 13% revenue decline. Shares are up close to 60% so far this year. Just a reminder, Pershing Square Capital Management of Bill Ackman has amassed a nearly 20% stake in Hertz, in a part that's a bet that tariffs will drive up the value of Hertz's fleet. Once again, shares falling today by about 17%. And this is an interesting one. IGT US, International Game Technology, they make slot machines and other gambling tech. It's about a $3.3 billion market cap company out of Providence. Shares fell about 10% today, as much earlier in the session, about 15%. This after the company said its full year revenue will be at the lower end of previously issued guidance.
All right, let's go quickly to the bond market here. Not a lot happened, but what didn't happen was also quite interesting. We hit that 4% level on the 2-year, and it stayed right there, despite the fact that we got a weaker than expected CPI, which in theory could be good news, right? If inflation's less of a problem, maybe the Fed can actually cut. One would have thought that maybe yields would be lower. I also want to highlight the dollar, the Bloomberg Dollar Index, guys, jumping a full 1 percentage point. That's the biggest jump since April 11th, so right around the walk back from Liberation Day.
I just want to point out, too, when we talk about just the shift in sentiment, you were going through the decliners, Tim, and it's interesting to see most of the decliners were a lot of those defensive names that had been bid up, a lot of consumer staples, obviously healthcare, as well as some of those auto parts names. But then also the shift in sentiment to the upside, that's having a material effect as well for the IPO market. We're getting a headline right now that the fintech company Chime, but just a few weeks said it was going to postpone its IPO, now saying it's going forward. It made a full filing now with the to file on the NASDAQ. Remember, if I remember correctly, get my dates right, just maybe 3 weeks ago, it had actually said that it was not actually going to follow through with that, at least not anytime soon. But now, apparently, back in play here. So interesting shift in sentiment.
Yeah, Bloomberg pointing out kind of late last year that it had about a $25 billion valuation back in 2021. That was the peak of kind of the tech boom, and then that faded. So it'll be interesting to see as we get more details in terms of the financials on that one. In the meantime, and Romaine, this is for you. I know how you travel. You like to do this kind of stuff. If you're looking for personal chefs, hairstylists, trainers, tour operators.
Is this what you learned anchoring with Romaine for a second year in a row at Milken?
Well, Airbnb apparently adding some luxury services. So they're looking to offer, to pull in some more business. I think about $1 billion more in business, but 10 categories for in-home services.
Okay, so it's a services offering. It relaunched its Experiences tour booking product at an event in LA today. What it does is it has vetted providers. They offer 10 different categories of in-home services.
Vetted, so they're really checking to make sure those people are going to come and give Romaine a manicure. That
I was going to say I can be a vetter of the personal chefs and just eat the food and say
could be.
Yay or nay on those. So personally cooked meals, prepared food items, full service catering, photography, spa treatments, massages, personal training, hair, makeup, and nail appointments. I guess, Scarlett, the idea is that you go to a destination, you're not just interested in going out, but having people sort of come to you and do these things.
Absolutely. If you're going to see fewer people travel because they're concerned about the economy, the solution is to raise ARPU, average revenue per user, and count on Romaine to get, spend more on services while he's there staying at a luxurious.
I would like to also point out, as somebody who got to see Carol's regimen every morning. I think she's the one who had the luxury stylist coming up to her room and helping her out.
Is that how
it takes a village? I'm just going to tell you.
Meanwhile, I just got up.
All right, very quickly here, there's a really good story on the Bloomberg.
15 miles to get to the Beverly Hilton, Scarlett.
Did you guys see the story about how rich New York City parents are being lured by elite UK boarding schools? A lot of them are being sold on this premise that for $10,000 more than what they're paying in New York, they can send their kids abroad and study at prep schools across the UK. A lot of them, of course, we're talking about folks in New York City, so they want to get away from the current political environment, climate, and put their kids in boarding school outside the U.S.
In the UK?
UK, yep.
Yeah,
UK countryside.
There's no issues going on in the UK. Right?
I mean, I guess on a comparative level, and then you add on the plane fare and all that kind of stuff, then the Airbnb services, and all this. I mean, that 10 grand is really looking at 20, guys. Let's be honest.
I was just gonna say, man, let's just spend more money for education.
I don't think we were the target audience.
Definitely not. All right.
That reminds me, I need to write a check.
So maybe we are the target audience.
Hey, listen, they'll remind you. I'm just going to tell you.
They will remind you.
Every time I write that check. Yeah. How many zeros?
All right. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Folks, we call up the closing bell. Alex is heading out. Scarlett and Romaine continuing over there on Bloomberg TV. And Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We'll see you again. Same time, place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. This was probably the first story I clicked on this morning when I woke up, Carol Masser.
I watched some video as well.
Ken Griffin says going to cash may have been the best bet in the tariff turmoil. As markets soared on a truce in the trade war between the U.S. and China, Citadel founder Ken Griffin reflected on the past month. He suggested it would have been better to sit on the sidelines in cash. The person who got him to say that is Shonali Bassick. She's global finance correspondent for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. This is an interview that you did late yesterday for an upcoming series for Bloomberg Originals. It is called Bullish. Carol Masser, you just quote bullish all the time, I feel like.
Well, I do. I love it because you're really talking to people who are really in it in terms of money flows, investment trends, and so on.
These are household names.
I keep
Boaz.
Civic Capital's Boaz. I keep quoting.
So good.
Letting the tariff genie out of the bottle. I keep thinking about that when things calm down. I'm like, well, what's really changed? And we have this individual in the White House, for better or for worse, for 3.5 more years. And so, that uncertainty genie, not the tariff genie, but the uncertainty genie, we're going to have to kind of go with the flow here.
There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. On one hand, you've had the first 5 months of the year. We're finally back, into flat-ish territory?
Yeah.
Fine. You lost some money in equity markets. You lost some money in bond markets. However, there are parts of the agenda, remember, that Wall Street might benefit very big from. Deregulation. Ken Griffin was one of the people saying, well, actually, you're already benefiting from deregulation because you're not seeing the scope and scale of regulation that you saw during the Biden era. They're really specific things, guys, off the cuff, not Ken Griffin, but other people are really talking to how the Treasury Department has been talking to the idea of relief in Treasury markets.
Yeah.
This could become very relevant. So there's another part of the agenda that's, of course, frustrating, which is the fiscal situation. You see it in the bond market, like we've been saying. This is what Ken Griffin had to say about it.
What's clear is that the numbers that we talk about in America are almost incomprehensible. Billions and trillions. I mean, it's just unbelievable how big government in Washington has become. And I think one of the areas the Trump administration is focused on is how to reduce the scale and scope of spending here in the United States, whether it's the efforts at DOGE or the debates that are happening right here, right now as we speak about, for example, Medicaid and the cost of Medicaid to the states. The Trump administration is really thinking about how do we help to solve our nation's spending problem. And then at the same time, they're grappling with what is the right tax policy that helps us to pay for the promises that we've made to the American people, and yet ignite the maximum amount of growth that we can achieve in our economy. Because when it's all said and done, the only way the United States will solve for the promise it's made to its people is for us to far more rapidly grow our economy.
What role is deregulation going to play in that?
Well, I mean, deregulation is clearly already one of the huge accomplishments of the Trump administration. And why do I say that? Because the onslaught of new regulation has stopped. That in and of itself has been incredibly powerful for corporate America, the ability to focus on growing your business again without worrying about what new rules can be imposed upon you from Washington. Now, having said that, the efforts to deregulate are going to be more slow because it takes time to re-underwrite. Why was the regulation put in place to start with? How does this regulation serve the interests of the American people? It takes time to thoughtfully deregulate our economy.
Now, your companies have a footprint all over the world. Are you seeing investors hedging against U.S. instability, diversifying away from U.S. stocks or even U.S. treasuries, given the changes and the uncertainties that still exist around them with the administration?
I think there's been two very strong realizations by investors around the world. First, there was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to pull back from the United States, to be anxious about investing in America, given the stance and changing stance we took in areas like trade. But then there's also just a realization that no country in the world enjoys the rate of innovation and commercial development that we enjoy here in America. And so you have these two competing arguments that investors around the world are grappling with. Is the United States going to be a reliable ally and economic player in the world markets? And compare and contrast that with the reality that if you take a step back, no country in the world, other than perhaps China, comes anywhere close to America in terms of the rate of innovation and creative energy that goes into growing our economy.
So, of course, that was Ken Griffin speaking from their new Miami offices. They are a huge employer there. They're building out in a big way. You might remember back in COVID, they built out the impromptu trading floor in the Four Seasons. So used to volatility.
Yeah.
By and large, hedge funds have been doing okay. They've been holding up in this market. But I am certain they are all waiting for that bigger opportunity.
I think about, the different folks that you are talking for bullish, over on Bloomberg Originals, and it soon will debut, right?
Just in a couple weeks. Okay. I can't wait. I know the launch date. I can't wait to give that to you on this show, Carol.
Well, when you think about the voices you want to talk to, Ken Griffin is someone, I don't like to say people are old, but I really appreciate when someone has seen a lot of different cycles, different stress points in the market, and have had to figure their way through, and then how they kind of assess the current environment.
Yeah, it's kind of taking the past. One thing I had asked, one fun story in the research of him, during times of severe stress, after the Enron bankruptcy, after LTCM, Ken Griffin personally went out and surveyed and interviewed all the former employees to figure out what was going on, what went wrong, and how to learn from it. So I'm actually really curious as to what he's learning in this environment from people.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to completely blow up your spot,
Right.
but who's still on your agenda to speak to, if you can tell us?
Wow. It's interesting because we were at Milken, really I would say one of the bigger firms, or the two of the bigger firms people were watching, were Apollo and Oaktree.
Yeah.
Because in times of tumult, they tend to dive in, KKR as well. Now, my wonder is that opportunity changing? At Milken, on a conference panel, somebody asked Jim Esposito, the president of Citadel Securities, whether we can hit a new all-time high on the S&P 500 this year.
Right.
And he said, sure. And so...
we're not far from it now.
Right. To be honest with you guys, one thing that a lot of people are saying privately that I wonder whether they'll go out on a limb and say publicly is they look at this tax bill and say the math doesn't add up. And frankly, Ken Griffin did say this part, it's going to become a problem in the midterm elections.
I'm so glad you went there, because I do think, even at Milken, that there were things that were said maybe more publicly versus some of the side questions where there were a lot of questions. And the deficit, which we used to talk about so much, people are really worried about it.
To me, the fact that no one's talking about how the 10-year has been at almost 4.5% for the better part of the last 2 days, despite all this market exuberance, that should tell you everything.
Yeah, we're only 4.5% off the S&P 500's all-time high.
But again, what the Treasury market is telling you, right?
Right. There's more fear than what meets the eye with the stock market.
Great stuff. Thank you. Long day for you, as always, and so appreciate you hanging around for us.
Thank you.
Highly recommend you check out Bullish when it comes out. When we know the date, check out everything that's on about Ken Griffin already on the Bloomberg and Bloomberg.com. Sonali Basak, global finance correspondent, one of the co-hosts too on TV.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher, S&P now positive on the year, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P 500 index now up 0.1% for 2025. Today it gained 0.7%, higher by 42. So the S&P now at 5886. It was a down day, down 0.6% today for the Dow, down 269 points. United Healthcare weighing on the Dow. Nasdaq up 1.6%, and the Nasdaq 100 index now positive on the year by 0.9%. 10-year yield 4.46%. The 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold advanced 0.4%, $32.50 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, $63.68 a barrel on WTI. As we have been reporting, United Health Group unexpectedly replaced its CEO and suspended earnings guidance, raising increasing questions over how the company, once regarded as a safe bet by investors, has got its cost predictions so wrong. United Healthcare Group down today by 17.8%. Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson have been reinstated by MLB. It makes them both eligible for baseball's Hall of Fame. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Welcome to America's Ice Towns. These are communities convinced that their financial survival depends on locking people up. It's not a new phenomenon. In this iteration of the classic prison town, though, Carol, many of the people behind bars haven't been convicted of crimes.
Let's get to this Bloomberg Business Week story. It is, I guess you could say, a slice of life in America, but not necessarily a good one. But let's get into it with Bloomberg News investigations reporter Rachel Adams-Hurd. She joins us from our Houston bureau. Rachel, good to have you here. What is an ICE town?
So an ICE town is a town where the local politicians, local community is convinced that they need these immigration detention facilities that operate under these lucrative contracts with ICE in order to be financially sound. A lot of these towns, they've had a private jail or private prison detention facility for decades. And with Obama-era sentencing reform, the federal prison population dropped off. And so to keep these facilities profitable, they signed contracts with ICE. And now we're seeing just a huge influx in the number of people detained at those facilities under the Trump administration's, mass deportation agenda.
So, Rachel, take us to one of these ICE towns, Torrance County, New Mexico.
Yeah, so we went to Torrance County, New Mexico at the end of March. That's when the county commission was voting to extend this contract. And it's a really rural community. It's one of those areas that used to be kind of this bustling hub thanks to the New Mexico Central Railroad. You had people from all over who would come through towns like Estancia, where this detention facility is located. But then Interstate 40 is built and commerce really just drops off. And so during the Reagan administration, when you're seeing these policies like the war on drugs that's massively expanding detention in America, there are these private prison companies that want to get a piece of that business. And New Mexico was a great place for that for them because land was cheap. They could build these really big detention facilities by the standards of the time. And so that's what happened in Estancia. CoreCivic, then Corrections Corporation of America, built a facility outside of town at the time. It's since been annexed into the town. And things were pretty good for a while. It employed people. The business was good for CoreCivic. But then around 2016, you had the federal prisoner population drop off, and that's when the facility ended up closing, and CoreCivic said it was no longer profitable. And then ICE came in to basically save the day for CoreCivic and offered this contract that that guaranteed revenue every single month, whether or not there were any ICE detainees in those beds. And that's the contract that allows the facility to operate today.
So just to set the record straight, I mean, these are facilities that have been around for a long time, different administrations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the point is, too, though, that the conditions aren't great and they're needed in order to house kind of the roundup that is happening under this administration, correct?
So during the last 10 years, or I guess 5 years since this contract has been in place in Torrance County, a lot of the people that it was detaining on behalf of ICE, they were recent border crossers. These were people who were coming up the border from Mexico, a lot of times into Texas. They were seeking asylum, and while they were seeking asylum, they had, turned themselves over in a lot of cases, and now they were in ICE detention, being held at the Torrance County Detention Facility and Estancia. After Trump took office, you see a really dramatic fall off in the number of people crossing the border, and so all of a sudden you have room in the Torrance County Detention Facility. And so because you have this room, you're seeing ICE flying people from all over the country, a lot of them coming from New Jersey, from Florida, and they're flown into the Albuquerque airport and bused to the Torrance County Detention Facility. And that is where they're being held for months in a lot of cases. And this facility has had problems for the last several years. And it's really starting to kind of come to a head with the increase in the number of people that it's holding under the Trump administration.
Okay, well, you describe the facilities, at least one of them. What was it like? What is it like?
I mean, what we've heard from people who are currently being detained at the facility is that it's cold, the food is undercooked, inedible at times. We've heard complaints about access to medical care. There are a lot of people who say that they have tried to ask to be deported because they do not want to spend another day in ICE detention, but that it's incredibly difficult to get the attention of any ICE officers because it's all, prison staff, not necessarily anyone who can actually talk to them about their case. But the most dramatic issue that we've heard about recently had to do with the water supply. This is the desert. It's incredibly dry, and the town of Estancia was having an issue with one of its main water pumps. And so that led to water being intermittently shut off to the facility. We heard that there were toilets that were overflowing and that there was feces on the floor, that the smell was overwhelming. We heard people say that they had been limited at one point to 2 water bottles a day, that they were thirsty. At one point, the facility brought in trash cans full of waters to try to flush some of those toilets to deal with the odor and the hygiene issues. And someone we talked to said that he had seen people who were thirsty drink out of those trash cans because they were so desperate for water. So it sounds like this is improving over the last few days. We did hear that ICE was on the ground recently, but certainly it sounds like it has been a rough couple weeks inside the detention facility.
It's interesting. It's interesting because I'm thinking CoreCivic, right, which is the company that's been around and is running these facilities, right? I guess it's close to 4 decades, it looks like. I just remember that period in investing, private prisons. Everybody thought it was this great investment play. But you got to remember, it's people, it's humans, there are conditions. I am curious, are these people being held for due processing? Who determines the fate of these individuals? It's ultimately the federal government?
I mean, a lot of it is held up in immigration courts, and that's an incredibly slow-moving process, as I'm sure you all know. One of the issues with these multi-state transfers, I mean, people are thousands of miles away from their families, but they're also far away from their lawyers. If they had lawyers in Florida, for example, because their case was there, and now all of a sudden it's in New Mexico, they have to try to find a lawyer that can represent them in a different court, and that isn't always easy to do, especially because these tend to be more rural areas where pro bono lawyers are harder to come by, located farther away from the facilities themselves. So just the act of moving someone to a facility so far away, it does impact that person's right to due process.
There's some context here and sort of like the internal workings of how these communities feel about these that I think is really interesting in your piece. County commissioners and how county commissioners look at this. You highlight Linda Yamarillo, who of the Torrance County Commission, who actually did go inside one of these facilities. And then you and the team wrote that she voted to extend the ICE contract. Talk to us a little bit, and it's not really town-gown relations, but it's the way that the community feels about this and the way that local elected officials feel about these.
Yeah, it's really striking to sit in on these county commission meetings because, you know, the contract is up for an extension every so often, every several months, but no matter what, at every meeting, which is held, you know, bi-weekly, there are a bunch of lawyers and advocates and even people who are in detention who record testimonies that they play to the commissioners during public comment, urging them to shut down Torrance County Detention Facility for ICE detention. And you have these three commissioners who sit at the front of the room and they're listening to this. And some of the testimony is in Spanish, and Commissioner Jaramillo speaks Spanish. And so you can kind of watch her face as she's listening to people describe the conditions inside the facility. And what she told people at that meeting in particular was, look, I hear all these concerns, but I don't know what to trust. And so she ended up voting to extend it. Sorry, I lost my earpiece. But it's unclear whether she'll do that in October because she did go again and say that things seem to be going well, but she does still have concerns.
You know, I think it's interesting, and what I find fascinating is that this is a story that's got so many different angles to it. When you think about what these detention centers do for a local economy, there's that, but there's also then, as we've been talking about, the conditions, and you do wonder about the oversight, especially in an administration that has been cutting back on some of the federal spending in different areas. So, you know, Rachel, when you look at this story and this reporting, I mean, the cities or the local municipalities in many ways want them, right? Because it provides jobs, it provides some economic momentum. At the same time, there are concerns about kind of who's watching out for what's going. What does Core Civic say about all of this?
Yeah, Core Civic talks about how many people they employ locally. They talk about the salaries and the benefits that they provide. They, you know, say that I think they said that they hire or have more than 300 jobs related to these facilities in New Mexico. So, I mean, they definitely see themselves as a major local economic benefit to the area. And that's, you know, what we heard from the Estancia mayor as well. I mean, he talks a lot about how much of the gross receipts tax, which is New Mexico's version of a sales tax that Core Civic contributes to. So it's interesting to hear kind of I mean, I think Commissioner Jaramillo put it succinctly when she was like, on the one hand, they're a major employer.
Yeah. Such a great story, so much in there. And as we said, it's a slice of life in this country. Bloomberg News investigations reporter Rachel Adams-Heard. Rachel, thank you. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The stock market rallied today, wiping out losses for the year as tensions around President Trump's trade war cooled and inflation data showed limited impacts. S&P 500 index now higher by 0.8% on the year. Today it advanced 0.7. It was a down day for the Dow, falling 0.6%, while NASDAQ was up 1.6%. Should point out that the NASDAQ 100 index is now higher for the year as well, up by about 0.8%. 10-year 4.47%, with a 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold now at $32.53 the ounce, up 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.7%. WTI 63.64 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Karen Vera Perry is managing director and head of iShares U.S. fixed income strategy at BlackRock, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
I think investors are being really cautious. People like these rallies where we're getting back to levels we were earlier in the year, but we're seeing people kind of waiting and seeing both on the stock and bond side. They're sitting in cash. They don't want to take on too much duration in their bond portfolios. And then they're a little bit nervous sometimes about, entering these rallies a little bit too early.
Karen Vera Perry of BlackRock interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Recapping, S&P now positive on the year, up by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. NVIDIA and AMD will supply semiconductors to Saudi Arabian AI company Humane for a massive data center project, acting under a Trump administration initiative that lifts restrictions on delivering advanced tech to the region. NVIDIA, just looking at what they ended up closing at today, Carol Master, they were really surging earlier in the session, driving the entire index higher. NVIDIA finished higher, and AMD was higher as well. NVIDIA was up 5.6% today.
Yeah, big bump up, no doubt about it. Makes sense, right? So that's one end of the AI spectrum, and certainly one that gets a lot of attention from investors. On a different part of that spectrum is the AI that customers deal with, and that's where Daniel Wagner comes in. He's chairman and CEO of the publicly traded enterprise software as a service company, Resolve AI. It's got a market cap of about $500 million based in London. Company has a suite of AI-powered products that is meant to help companies with customer retention, engagement, loyalty, and support. They work with a lot of companies that you know. Shares are down about 40% so far this year. He joins us, Daniel, that is, in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It is nice to have you here with us. Tell us a bit more about your company and the environment right now.
Sure. So, I'm a multi-decade entrepreneur in the tech business, and Resolve AI is the culmination of my career in many respects, having built market leaders in e-commerce and search. The development of Gen AI as a technology is an enabler, and we use it to really enhance the digital experience for consumers. Right now, when you go onto an e-commerce site, it's a very perfunctory experience, and it's actually very ineffectual because 7 out of 10 people who go into a physical store end up buying a product, and 7 out of 10 people who go into a digital store end up not buying a product. And the reason for that is because, I believe, they don't get the answers to their questions that they need. If my wife wanted to go and buy me a mobile phone, she couldn't do it online because she doesn't know what iOS is or Android. She doesn't know what a megabyte is or a megapixel. But if she went into the AT&T store on Lexington Avenue, the salesman would help her through that process.
Right.
So what we're doing with Gen AI is we're changing, e-commerce into a conversational commerce. We've created a language model that is the best salesman on the planet with deep product knowledge, empathy, and sales techniques.
So with your wife, what might it do with her, where you say she doesn't have this?
So she would go to
I'm in that camp too, which is why my husband buys all of our phones. But I'm just saying, how would that help her?
So she would be able to go to a website now and say, hey, I need to buy my husband a mobile phone. What would you recommend? And the answer would be verbally or typed up on the screen.
Right.
Well, tell me a little bit more about your husband. Does he use a PC or a Mac? Is he a business person or a creative? Does he use his phone all day? Or, and the answers to those questions will guide her to a phone with a long-lasting battery or a phone with, an Android or an iOS. And she would result probably with buying a phone from that digital site.
Do you use your own LLM that you've trained yourself?
Yes.
Or are you using a Claude or an OpenAI?
No, we started developing this in 2016.
Okay.
So a lot before it became fashionable. I come from information services and, as I mentioned before, commerce and retail. So we understood about data structure. We understood the implications of the algorithms, the foundational algorithms for Gen AI. So we started building a language model initially that could replicate the best salesman on the planet. And then we built products that sit on top of it that allow our customers to deploy it really as a plug-in to their existing sites. So it's a very easy deployment for our customers.
But if it's a plug-in, then how does it know if you're shopping? How is it an expert in shoes and running shoes, for example, versus an expert in phones?
So think about our LLM as a sort of blank sheet of paper. When we approach a customer, it doesn't have the world's knowledge. It just has conversational skills. And then what we do is we import the product catalog of that retailer. So it could be shoes or whatever. Then there would be context around that. So
you still have to train after a company signs
not really,
up
so
for
you just
your
ingest.
service.
No, it's not really training. You ingest. We've already trained the model to be a salesman. The training, quote unquote, of its product catalog is literally a matter of minutes, probably hours at most. And then everything else about the language model and the technology is that it is a very proficient salesperson. So if you take a physical...
So it's all digital information, you just basically put it all in, right?
Let's just take a physical analogy, okay? If I'm running a camera store and I need a new sales guy or girl joins my retail store, the first thing I'm going to do is say, hey, here's our products. You better learn about the products. Do you know anything about photography?
Right.
So that the next time somebody walks in, they can sell a camera. Now, we're able to do that piece in a matter of minutes. And then from that point forward, all of the best sales capabilities are inherently built into our model.
Where did you train it?
Where did we train it?
Yeah. What information do you use to train?
We use the Canadian book repository, which is 200 million books, open source books. And we use Wikipedia for language and context.
Okay.
And then so it has 300 billion token data sets as the foundational model to it. We did this over a period of years. So unlike many others, we didn't throw bucket loads of cash, into a big black hole. We trained it over a period using a much more efficient model. And so it took us, 6 or 7 years. But then we ended up with the foundational model that has been recognized by Microsoft and Google, who are partnered with us, as one of the leaders in the field.
One of the examples you use on your website is saying you're having a dinner party, you want it vegetarian, you have 6 people coming.
Yeah.
More or less. Give me some recipes or what should I make? I could use ChatGPT for that
you could,
now.
But you
why is this better?
You couldn't do it on D'Agostino's website or on, a Target. So we're selling to retailers. We're not providing, Google. We're providing Best Buy.
But is it a huge... Sorry, go ahead.
So in other words, so if your wife was looking for a phone, she would go to, let's say, Apple.
Well, she'd go to Google. She'd go to Google, search it, and end up probably on AT&T side or Verizon or something like that.
But with yours, she's got to either start with Verizon or start with Apple or Samsung or something, right?
Like, no, not necessarily. I mean,
because how do you compare? Like, how do you get the
You got to remember, right? There are millions of retailers out there who are driving traffic to their sites all the time. When you get to that site, 7 out of 10 people drop out. So what we're doing is that when you arrive at that site, you're welcomed. You get answers to your questions. You get detailed information about the products you're looking at.
Right.
So that you're guided through the sales process. So if I went to Macy's today and I said, hey, I got to buy a gift for my niece for her 21st birthday, it's not going to give me an answer. I'm going to have to navigate through lots of categories and try and figure out, do I want to get her a candle? Do I want to get her, I don't know. But if I was to be able to ask that question of a salesperson in Macy's, they'd say, hey, we've got lots of ideas for you.
Right.
So there'd be
what
a
is she
conversation.
like? Where is she, how old?
We're leveling up commerce from what was a poor experience to a very rich, engaging experience, which we believe and have shown results in better conversion, which has a material impact.
What's
for
the
retail.
change in the conversion?
Well, it's only been going a short period of time, but we announced only a few weeks ago that we've seen 25% uplift in conversion, which is massive, massive.
What's to stop a company like ChatGPT from just selling directly to Target or D'Agostino and saying, "Hey, this is what's going to power it.
Yeah.
Come to us because we have this data set."
So they're a generalist, right? So the issue with that is that they already think they know everything, and that contaminates the model. Okay, so if you ingest a whole load of cosmetics and fragrances, they're going to have names like Savage and Beast, and their descriptions are going to be things like blackberry notes with sandalwood and barbecue, right? Now, a Gen AI model, like OpenAI, doesn't understand that and will hallucinate thinking you're talking about a beast in the wood. We have a clean slate. We're ingesting fragrances. We tell the model, it's just fragrances you're ingesting, and then it knows how to sell that. So it's a different approach, and it's why Microsoft and Google partner with us, because they recognize, both of them with significant investments in AI, recognize that we have really, focused on this vertical to make this the most appropriate solution.
Well, it sounds like each one, because you're dealing with a particular retailer, it's their kind of closed data set.
In some respect, it is.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you just kind of whittle it down. All right. I pull up the FA function. I know you're a young company. You just started. So what are your expectations in terms of revenue growth? Like, where do you see this company
we're
going?
hitting it out the park straight away.
What kind of growth are you seeing?
Well, we started at the beginning last year.
I mean, it's easy to ramp up when
Last
you're
year we had nothing. Beginning of this year, we announced a couple of weeks ago, 41 million consumers have our technology on their phones. I mean, it's like almost instant. We're going to exit this year with $100 million of ARR, and we signed a deal only 2 or 3 weeks ago in partnership with Google, which was a $10 million annual deal with Liverpool in Mexico, a very large department store.
What is that partnership with Google? Because that's fascinating, right? They're doing their own thing. They're worried about potentially being replaced in terms of a search engine, which is why they're doing Gemini, but they're watching very carefully, right?
Yes.
In terms of how people are now communicating online to
Both
find
Microsoft
things.
and Google both wanted to do an exclusive deal with me. I rejected both of those advances, and we ended up doing a non-exclusive deal with both. It demonstrates our position in the market and the valuable asset that we have in this vertical. Google.
So what's the deal with them? Tell me how that works.
So Google are introducing our technology to their retail customers as a solution, which ties in those customers to Google Cloud and to us. So they see us as a sticky enhancement to Google Cloud. Microsoft are doing exactly the same thing and see us as a sticky enhancement to Azure. Both Azure and Google Cloud are competitive cloud services that are really, you can move from one to the other very easily. But with our technology sort of embedded in those customer accounts, they see us as, retaining those customers when they come up for renewal. And as a result, they're pushing us out to 90% of the retailers on the planet because those two companies basically deal with pretty much everybody.
You've got a few different products in the suite of software as a service products. How do you know that consumers are okay with this at this point?
Well, I think look, I'm an innovator. All the products and services I've created in my career, which have all gone on to become market leaders, have always been very, very innovative. The first company I set up in 1984 was a pioneer in online information. In fact, Mike Bloomberg licensed my content newspapers for the terminals back in '86. So we were pioneering stuff back then. We're pioneering stuff in the late 90s, and we're doing it again now. I started this in 2016. We're 9 years in, and now we're productizing it and going to market. We're way ahead of anybody else in the space. I believe, and I think it's being shown by the take-up we're seeing in the last few months, that we're onto a winner. This is a step up for commerce. And right now, I believe the environments and the interfaces that we're using in commerce are so out of date, they're 40 years old, that they're due a complete refresh.
Just really quickly, 30 seconds. I haven't heard Amazon. Are you talking with Amazon?
No, obviously, Amazon is the big competitor to every retailer on the planet. They do a great job. We're not going to try and sell to them, and we're certainly not going to be partnering with them. Our customers are everybody else.
Fascinating. Come back in 6 months, 12 months. Let us know how things are going. Really enjoyed it. Daniel Wagner, he's the chairman and CEO of the publicly traded enterprise software as a service company. We're talking about Resolve AI, joining us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Daniel, thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Well, I'm Tim Stenevec along with Carol Masser. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We are joined now by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Griffeo. Emily, you had a lot to choose from in today's session. What caught your eye?
I did, and I picked the most talked about stock on Wall Street, but it moved up a lot today. I'm talking about shares of NVIDIA, the chip company. It was up as much as 6.7% after CEO Jensen Huang announced the company will send semiconductors to Saudi Arabian AI company Humane for a data center build out. So data centers, that's a really big area for any companies focused on AI because you need data centers to power AI processes. And this is all part of a Trump administration initiative that lifts previous restrictions on shipping advanced AI capabilities to the region.
Just gonna say, right, Jensen there, he announcing it, right, at the Saudi U.S. Investment Forum in Riyadh. So down on the ground with the president and some other, top business leaders. But that was a pretty big announcement.
Yeah, it was. And the Trump administration is, at least according to Bloomberg's reporting, they plan to overhaul regulations on the export of semiconductors used in AI. This is a big win for companies like NVIDIA because they're tossing out a Biden-era approach that had a lot of objections from U.S. allies and companies, including NVIDIA.
All right, can we talk about...
You own Coinbase. You own Coinbase. You own Coinbase.
You own crypto. You own crypto. You own
Well,
crypto.
it's, you know, I will say, well, so, Emily, you go ahead and then, you know, I'll annoy Carol Massar.
This is definitely one of the mega winners in today's session.
It is.
Mega gainers, I guess I should say.
Coinbase.
If you were shorting it, you didn't feel like you were a winner.
No, but if you were long it, or if you're trying to get in on the trade before it's actually added into the S&P 500, you made some money today. The stock was up, finished the day up 24%. It was announced after the close yesterday that this company is being added to the S&P 500 index, the world's arguably most famous index. This is the first crypto company to be added to the S&P. So it's a big milestone. All of the Coinbase execs, Brian Armstrong, he kind of tweeted like a victory lap. So go look at his tweets on Twitter or X. But yeah, this is a lot of what we're seeing now is what traders call the index effect.
Yeah.
So they anticipate that passive funds that have to track the S&P 500 closely will actually have to buy the stock on the day it gets added to the index. That's not for another week. So a lot of hedge funds, arbitragers will try and buy the stock before that, anticipating that there'll be a lot of buying in a week.
I mean, prior to this, the stock was down a lot.
Yeah. It's been kind of a wild ride for crypto this year because these companies were supposed to do really well after Trump won the election. They obviously now are, with this stock up a lot and being added to the S&P 500, but it was not a straight line up. It hasn't been like a straight line up since
I'm
the
just
election.
looking at the forever chart.
Yeah.
Going back to 2021
Like
for
a
this
bad
company.
heart chart.
Maybe it even goes back to all the way to, early 2021.
Yeah.
It's still 28% off of the all-time highs that it reached back in November of 2021.
Yeah, it depends how you look at it, because over the last 2 years, it's up something like 270%.
I know.
Depending on when you got in.
It's just one of those,
That's a
you can
really
dice
good
and
point.
slice at different points, right, and get a different picture. Let's talk about Super Micro, because that also surged in today's session.
Yes, so that stock was up at least over 8% at one point on the day. I'm just getting that to load. Yeah, it actually finished the day up 16%. They had an outperform rating at Raymond James, so they initiated coverage at Raymond James. The broker said Super Microcomputer has emerged as a market leader in AI optimized infrastructure. I mean, that's kind of all you really need to hear.
All in.
They set a price target of $41, which now with today's rise, it's pretty close to that. So maybe Raymond James is going to have to come back and up that price target, because now the stock is at like almost $39.
I'm going to go back and talk a little bit about Coinbase, because Carol mentioned, like, you have crypto, now you have crypto. The reason we're saying that is, and we had a guest on earlier who made this point.
Yeah.
Anthony Cormier.
Yeah.
Who said, you're in your retirement, if you own index funds, like an S&P 500 index fund, then yes, now you own it. That's certainly a big deal. And that's how we have to, have our assets as, not necessarily an S&P 500, but index funds.
Well,
that said, I talked to Meltem Demirs at Crucible Capital earlier today on our crypto show.
Right.
And she wasn't, like Mike Regan of our Bloomberg crypto team, they weren't surprised by this. And they didn't think it's as big of a deal as I think it's a big deal because, like Emily said, this is the first crypto company in the S&P 500. That, to me, and you kind of made a similar comment about this earlier, Carol, kind of feels like a crypto moment, right?
It does feel like a crypto moment, right?
I mean, I feel like it signifies something. But I mean, at least for the people who follow the space clearly, the company is like a $53 billion company, and you actually only need to be above, I think, like 20 billion to get into the S&P.
But that's just one criteria.
Yes, that's one criteria. The way that the S&P makes their decisions about companies is a little
and
a little bit in the dark. We don't know a lot about it.
And Eric Balchunas would argue that it's actually actively traded, if you want to look at it that way, because those people make the decisions about what stocks to add and what stocks not to add.
Stay tuned, everybody. Stay tuned. Emily Grafeo, thank you so much. For more conversations, check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Check out the Bloomberg Business Week podcast, too, wherever you get your podcasts.
Also,
Bloomberg
do
Business Week
pointed,
Daily.
because Carol and I did so poorly this week.
It was really hard.
Bloomberg.com/quizzes/pointed.
Balance of Power starts right now.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons. Tonight, a marathon day for Republicans' budget with the president's promised tax cuts on the line.
Failure's not an option. There's going to be bumps along the road throughout this process, but we're going to get it done.
They literally are signing their own political death warrants in terms of the 2026 election.
Pivotal committee markups playing out on Capitol Hill throughout the day and night as lawmakers hone in on Medicaid cuts and navigate a fight over SALT that risks upending the tax package. We'll report on the issues at play and discuss with Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain and Democratic Congressman Sean Casten up ahead. Plus, CPI data out this morning coming in cooler than expected for a third month in a row. The reason behind the low figure, despite the threat of tariffs, with Bloomberg's Mike McKee. And the president kicks off his Mideast tour, promoting some pro-business wins.
With the help of the people of the Middle East, the people in this room, partners throughout the region, the golden age of the Middle East can proceed right alongside of us.
Tonight, the message Trump is delivering throughout his trip as he sits down with some of the region's most powerful leaders.
We will work together. We will be together. We will succeed together. We will win together. And we will always be friends.
President Trump wrapping up the first day of his trip to the Middle East, and that is where we begin tonight, going live to Saudi Arabia, where we find Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who is traveling with the president. Anne-Marie, obviously a big day today, more in store tomorrow. It's about both attracting money to the U.S., but geopolitics working its way in as well.
Absolutely. The president with his second trip to the region, marking this the first state visit of his second presidency as the 47th president, picking Riyadh as the first official visit, is really solidifying this post-war paradigm shift we saw start to take place in the first Trump administration. So first on the investment front, Kaylee, I just came from where the president was having dinner with the Crown Prince, a number of businessmen, and on the way out, Jensen Huang was talking about how it was a pretty incredible dinner, and I talked to him about the fact